Was that one? Deconstructing rotisserie chicken for food prep, huh? I missed a lot. Did anything I want to go? There's Colin. Yay. Good guy, that Colin. Further proof, men. Sorry. No, we don't care like. Interview. Hello. The sound's not cutting in and out. I'm just an idiot. It's fine. Unless the sound really is cutting in and out. Hello, everybody. How about on live chat? Hello, Rocky. Hello, K-Buns. Hello, trying adding numbers. Yes, I know. Math is hard, man. Hello, Just Mandy. Hello, Hot Latte. I have hot... I mean, I guess it's a latte. It's basically just coffee and milk. That's a latte, right? Hello, Kane. Hello, Alex. Qfente? Yep, hello, Alex. Hello, Other Rosie. Hello, Annie. Am I muted? Hello, Lizzie. Hello, Faithful Duo. Hello, Jen. Hello, Susan. Haven't seen you in a minute. Hello, Alice. AJ. Yeah, I haven't started yet. I'm putzing around still. I look old. An old man. Anyway, all right, we got Colin finally set up. Let's see if I can actually pull him up. Huh? I just got up from a nap, so little not firing on all engines, so give me just a second for my brain to like restart. Not that much different than normal, but here we are. There we go. Yeah, that's how we do it. This is how we do it. Here we go. All right, do we have sound? Yes. All right, according to my end, we have sound. Y'all's end, I have no idea. Hello. You gave me a name to call you, Mr. or Madam Cyrillic. Hello, Kim. All right, we'll post this. I'll risk the Discord link again. The next person who abuses the Discord link. Rue. The Fist of Rue. I can... That's what that's supposed to be. Hey, there we go. And if the cat shows up, I'll move you guys, but until the cat pops up, Who did I see? Hey, you are, textbook. Annie. No, Ruby, you're not late. I'm still putzing. Ashendi, Ash, yes, Ash is here. I don't know about YouTube and their notifications. I follow Nerfy fairly religiously. I follow Kicking Geese fairly. For all I know, Kicking Geese could be live right now. I don't know. But yeah, I very rarely get any kind of notifications that the people who I have followed for, oh God, I can't tell you how long I followed Kicking Geese at this point. I never get notifications that they're live, and I have followed them nonstop. At least 6 years at this point. So I don't know what YouTube's problem is. Coltoning hamster. Oh yeah, the golden hamster. Cloak uncloak. Moab. Yes to the sound. I am on all messages. I'm on live. I don't know. It's live chat for me. Is it all messages for y'all? Is that the thing? Is that the thing? All right, we got sound. We got the people's. You see the Discord notifications? Yeah, those usually work, so. I used to get notifications from Pulpy, and now I have to see exactly. It's annoying. I was starting off with the Nerfy thing, like Nerfy went live, I don't know, 2-3 days ago now. I did not even get a notification until the last 10 minutes that Nerfy was live. It was very annoying. So it was like I was annoyed. Anyway. This says live chat. Mobile is all chat, PC is live. Interesting. Because God forbid it be consistent across all platforms. That would be crazy talk. Moonlit novel. Hello. Letting people catch up right now while I drink my incredibly sweet coffee. Way too much sweetener in this coffee. Am I still going to drink it? Yes. We have Cherry Blossom Frappe from Momo Slimes. I feel like this one's like coming on. It can't be a year old now. There's no way. But it is very bubbly. So I'm not entirely sure if it's coming undone or not. So I've got a little bit of fixer. Sure, here. It's borax and water. Equal parts borax to water. And I'll use it to set or fix the slime up if it's too gooey. For those of you who don't know how slime is made, it's basically glue and borax and water. And other things. You cut sweet with baker's cocoa powder. Well, yes, but this is not chocolate coffee, Kim. It's... raspberry crumble. I'm sure it'd be fine as a chocolate raspberry crumble, but also I'm sitting here. Yes, it's cut with toxins. It is toxin-flavored coffee. Delicious. I'm going to unsub from the ones you... Don't unsub from me. Add top messages on. Yeah, it starts you off at top messages or... Yeah. What is mine called? Top chat. And it will occasionally... Sorry, Ruby. No, click off. It will occasionally reset you to that, so you just kind of have to check it periodically and make sure you're... Like right now, I'm back on live chat. No, wait, that's where I want to be. Never mind. Never mind. It's got the botulism. What have I got? What are you guys talking about? Hey, Abby. What are you doing? The more subscriptions, the harder it is for them to notify. I don't have that many people I'm subscribed. Well, I have a lot of people subscribed, but I don't have a lot of people set up to notify me because though I am subscribed to a lot of people, I don't actually care when they post. So, not trying to be mean. I just, I'm interested. I'm not devoted. And that's fine if you're not devoted to me. I understand. I too follow a lot of people that I'm cool when they post, but I don't need to know the instant they post. Hello, Sarah Cynthia. That is a good name. Two very good names. I got everybody. Too much cream in the coffee. Yeah. See, what it is this is Wawa coffee. And what I do is I go to the yes, I do. What is that stuff that comes in the powder? It's not cappuccino. It's not real cappuccino. To the cappuccino dispenser part, and I get their special cappuccino flavor of the month. And this month it's the raspberry stuff, but mostly all that is just powdered sugar with powdered milk and water. And then I'll go over and get vanilla coffee or whatever coffee flavor and do like a half and half. So, ooh, that's fluffy. Ooh, sticky though. And then that's usually my coffee, but I had like most of it left over, so I was like, oh, I'll put a little bit of my creamer in it when I got home. And my creamer has like just a little bit of sugar in it. Okay, this isn't too sticky. That should be fine. And I guess the combo of the two is just too damn sweet. You have me and two other people? I think I have. I went through recently and cut. Well, okay, I can tell you I've got myself. I should probably take myself off. I don't need to know when I go live. I think I was just doing that to see so other people could see. So I could see what other people see. But I don't need to know myself. I got Cynical Dude. I can probably take him off though. I got CJU. He's a gamer I like watching. I got this guy named Isaac Kearns, who's also known as Nugs. He's a DoorDasher. I've got Amber, just because I needed to know for a while. But I don't need to know when I go live. And then I've got Kicking Geese, but never see it. Dr. Gluon, though, to be fair, I haven't watched him in a while. I don't really like his live streams. I've got Chikara. I've got Milk Tea. I've got my friend Random Planet, because I like watching his zombie stuff, even though I hardly catch it. I just haven't caught his stuff in a while. I mean, not that because I haven't gotten notified, because I'm in his Discord, but I just haven't caught it in a while. Nadia. I've got Nadia Nymph. I've got a person named Fit Food Elsma, because she does really good. She does like food prep videos that are like real high protein. So I've been doing her videos, and I am down. I don't know how many of you know what I started at, but I am down to 169 as of today. Thank you all very much. Anyway, I like her videos because of her food recipes. I've got Chikara. And Chikara has discovered Rosie, so that was fun to watch. Colin, obviously. Nerfy. Let's see. Kiana. I actually could take Kiana off because she doesn't come on very often. I was watching her. I guess my partner's never watched one of her videos with me. And so her Lunchables video came out. I don't know if anybody else watches her. But this is like her second Lunchables video. And so I was watching it last night on the television, and he came into the living room and he's like, just kind of standing there like he does. And I can tell he's into it. And he's like, wow, she does really good videos. And I was like, yeah, have I not had you watch her stuff before? And he's like, no. So now he's watching hers. I watch a lady named Alexandra Ryan. She does, she used to do makeup boxes, and she would put the makeup on after she got the box open, but then COVID happened and all the boxes turned into skincare, and she doesn't really, I mean, she does them still, but right now she's kind of known for doing advent calendars. Anyway, I like her. I think she's funny. So I still watch her. I don't really need to be notified about Frank James. He's funny, but I don't need to know when he posts. Brian Moeller, though, BMO, he's a funny guy. If you don't watch him, you should watch him. Beatrice, I like when she posts. I don't need to know when that guy posts. Okay, this was a good idea. Maybe I did have a few too many people here. Meaty Mama, she's another dasher I like to follow. I don't mind knowing when she posts. I thought I turned you off. I don't need to know when you post. That's another sketch comedy. I don't need to know when you post. That's another sketch comedy. Don't need to know when you post. I don't need to know when you post either. Okay, well, all right. That cleaned up some things. Oh, Ryan Hollinger. He does horror movie essays. I like his stuff. If you like horror movies. What else I got on here? I follow a guy named Justin Sung. He does like how to study videos. He's like a really smart guy. And he helps you become a really smart person. I just like his stuff. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I think he's cute. So there. Oh, my friend Four Milks. Actually, if it wasn't for my friend Four Milks, I wouldn't even be here today doing girl stuff, so girl stuff. That's the one that got me. My friend Four Milks is the one that got me sucked into this freaking girl world, so thanks, Four Milks. She does she's a VTuber, and she does what is she singing? This is her cover of When the Man Comes Around. She's cutie. We like her. Stanzy, I follow Stanzy. Team 4-star. What else is on here? I don't need to follow you. I don't need to know when you're posting. Chloe, I follow Chloe Ting. You wouldn't know to look at me, but I follow Chloe Ting. I should really get back to working out. I might lose more weight. Turn off. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's not too bad. Didn't realize how many of these sketch comedies I was following. That's a good thing I checked this out. I don't need to know when Observe posts. I do follow Observe, but I don't need to know when he's posting. Rachel, I follow Rachel. I like knowing when she posts. I like knowing when Sam posts. But yeah, Kicking Geese hasn't gone live for like 2 weeks at this point. Not unusual, but it does make me worry. Makes me worry. So. But there we are. All right, now you know everybody I follow. Well, no, you don't know everybody. I have like over 100 different accounts. I have an obnoxious number of subscriptions. Thankfully, I don't pay for them all. YouTube is free. You're blocked, View and Chew? Did I block you? I don't think I have anybody blocked. I have a few people muted, but that's because they deserved it. Your coffee shop roasts bean in-house. There's a place right around the corner here that does in-house roasting, and I've been thinking about trying them, but they're not in any way, shape, or form in a convenient way for me to get to them. But after my experience with the Starbucks yesterday, day before yesterday, I am not pleased. So I have used the Silk oatmeal cookie flavored oat creamer, but I fucking hate oat creamer. So I think it is the devil, and I hate it. So I'm kind of stuck with Silk, and I like the Silk vanilla creamer. That's fine. It's my favorite. I do prefer it, but it's hard to find because apparently soy milk is the devil. Apparently we can't carry both soy milk and oat milk. That would be weird. So I'm lucky if I can find the regular. The regular is fine though. I've noticed that it's fine. It's sweet enough. It doesn't have any extra flavoring to it, so it's actually better in my opinion. Let's see. Did I miss anything? Hey, I learned to save the wrong species is here. Andrew is here. Or Andrea AU is here. That screws with my dyslexia. That's fun. That's gonna be a fun one. John is here. I'm just JK is here. He with Unicorns made it. Horse and Rider made it. Ruby, what is Borax? It's Borax. Borax. Borax, this stuff. This is borax. You usually use it for laundry? I think it's a salt. As far as I know, it's non-toxic. It'll just give you the runs, but you probably shouldn't eat it. I think it is just a thing, though. I don't think it's a mix of things, so I could be wrong there. As far as I know, though, it's just borax. Borax is just a thing. It is not baking soda? All right, no, maybe I'm wrong here. Borax detergent booster and cleanser made from the finest quality natural sodium borate. This is borax. I'm mostly right. So it is a salt. It's sodium borate. We call it borax. Not to be confused with hydrox. Those are cookies. Two very different things. Sorry. I'm just gonna skip ahead. All right. Borax is a name brand of laundry detergent. Yeah, it's a laundry booster. I used to use it a lot because I was poor. Spicy laundry detergent. Be an oxygen booster for cleaning. Yeah, because I think OxyClean has hydrogen peroxide in it, doesn't it? Or something similar. Borax isn't a rat killer, but you can mix borax with sugar and put it down and it'll kill ants. That much I do know. And I think it'll keep other small insect pests away, but I know it works on ants. Yeah, there you go. Kim just answered that. Oh, will it get rid of roaches? Yeah, I've got some Damascus earth to put around the house because we get earwigs. They might be called something different. That might be a colloquial thing, but they're those little terrifying looking things that are attracted to humid spots. I'm gonna go squirt it around in the basement and around the outside of the building because apparently they're not good for cats. Also, they look like nightmares and I don't want to deal with them. You don't have borax in the UK? Use contact lens solution. I've seen people do that. There's other ways to make slime. It's banned? Why? Borax is like the most inert thing that you can use. It's like, okay. I mean, yeah, I've heard powdered sugar. I've heard making it a water solution with sugar, like make a hyper suspension fluid with like the sugar and the borax and put the sugar water down. Yeah, and then the ants will take it back to the thingy. Well, I know a lot of things are banned, but usually there's a reason. Borax is like harmless as far as I know. Well, unless you're an ant or a roach, apparently. Cannibalization dried out the other bugs eating them. Yeah. Yeah, the ants will take it back to their nests, supposedly, and it'll, over time, help kill the, will help kill out the whole hive. That's not the word, but you know what I mean. You can only buy Tylenol, paracetamol in 12 packs. Well, okay, over here you you can't buy actual Sudafed more than I think 2 packs at a time. And you can only have up to 8 packs a month because you can use actual Sudafed to make things out of, but you can get it in some places according to Google, but it's generally banned in the EU? That is bizarre. Usually there's a good reason for it. That's bizarre. It's not like you don't put it in food. You don't use it for anything other than making slime and cleaning. Yeah, it acts like glass. It's harmless to mammals. Like, it's better than Damascus Earth because, like, if Damascus Earth is basically glass, like, it's literally basically glass. And so it can harm animals and children if you're not careful with it. Oh no. Okay, so my partner is trying to get their license renewed, and it's not going well. So, hang on. I could have waited till the 11th. It sounded like it was now. I think she just didn't want to get... Oh, poor thing. I need to get him a phone battery, a portable battery. Anyway, you see me checking my phone, that's why. It's my new friend. No, it's my partner. Trying to keep him sane while he's trying to get his license renewed. Alright, that's about a half hour of doing nothing. Let's do the thing we're here for. Get carded. Yeah, there's certain things we get carded for over here just because you can use them to make other things. That wasn't clear. Oh, Kim's like a walking Google, so... The DMV around here is actually pretty friendly, considering it's Philly. So, yeah, it's weird here in Philly too, because like the whole reason he has to even go in and get anything done is because we went to get the plates transferred on our car. So in April last year, I don't remember if anybody remembers, my VW, the engine, decided to fall completely through, and you just take out the rest of the insides of the car while it went through. So my car died effectively, and that's when we bought the Nissan. So we have the Leaf now, but I had just gotten plates for the VW, so I bought the 2-year plates for my VW. But when we bought the Nissan, they gave us 1-year plates. So we went to transfer yesterday. We went to transfer the extra year on the VW plate over onto the Nissan, which is something you can do. And that took us forever. But while we were there, we found out that the partner, his license is up for renewal, basically. He thought he had renewed it online, but he needed to get a picture. He has to get his picture renewed because it's the full renewal, not just a... I don't know, anyway. It's weird here. But you don't get your license, your driver's license, renewed in the same place that you get your car stuff done. They're two separate entities. So he has to go to a different place to get his license shit done, as opposed to where we go to get all the car licensing done. It's very strange here. They don't last the life of the car. Yes, our license plates do expire. You have to renew them every couple of years. Yeah, the VW had decided that it was dead now, and so it decided to take itself out. It was done. It got tired of us trying to, like, keep it alive. Yeah, ours, we don't get stickers. I don't know how they know if our plates are good by looking at them. I don't know, but we don't get stickers here. We did in Indiana. We got a little sticker. We got 2 of them. We got, like, one was the date and the other one was something else, and you put your little stickers on. The plate itself, the plate number, you keep until you get a new one because you want it. I don't know. But yeah, we have to renew our plates every year to 2 years, depending on how much. Yeah, he's going nuts, and his phone battery's dying, so this will be fun. Yeah, we don't have to get new plates. We just have to re-up the validity of the said plates. Camera system, hey, wow. See, they'll make sure your picture's good while you're there. Yeah, no, he's not. We're not getting like new. Excuse me. We actually did get a new physical plate this time, but it had something to do with the plate that was on the VW was a retired number series. So since it was the number associated with the VW, that number couldn't be transferred, but something, the number on the Nissan wasn't valid either because it was a temporary something. So she just issued us a brand new plate for the Nissan now. So this number that we have will be fine for the rest of the time that we have it. But anyway, is that what the police call registration? I'm asking for it. Yes. The registration is if your plate is valid or not. Yes. I just call it getting your plates renewed because that's all you're doing. You're just renewing the number. I asked Mr. Tiny. I asked my partner if he wants to be on camera, and he does not. So he's not even on his own channel. He's a faceless channel. So yeah, Renata, that's how Philly works. Renewing plates for a car sounds. Do you only buy plates once? Like you don't have to like pay a fee or anything once a year for it? Mr. Blue Sky. Where I live, license plates and car titles and licenses DMV, but the yearly registration is done at the town hall. Only done at the DMV if the town hall doesn't do it. Yeah. Yeah, the yearly registration. That's the same thing here. Yeah. The plate comes with the car. Yeah. Yeah. But I guess I'm just using the wrong words, I guess, maybe. We register the car every year. Yeah, it requires a service check and third-party insurance before. Yeah, we got to have insurance here. Hey, Hannah. Poor guy. Yeah, we buy the plates once, but register it every 1 to 2 years. Yeah, basically. And like, in order to get your plates renewed, you have to have valid insurance. And your insurance, you have to have the car checked here. We have to have, here in Philly, we gotta have emissions checks, and our windshields have to be rated. It's the thing. But since the Nissan doesn't have emissions, we can skip that one, which is actually the expensive one. So, and the title sticks with the car. That doesn't change, and you don't have to renew that. That's a one and done. Yeah, registration, inspection, and insurance. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. All right, let's talk. I know I lured you all here with Colin, but he's got how long is this? 2 hours. Cut it down by half. But I know Amber's got a new one out, and I want to watch it real fast, so I'm going to put her on 2 time. So God forbid anybody try to watch this back at full speed. Or we're going to put her on a time and a half. Yeah. I just want to watch this one real fast. Dolce, your county in PA doesn't require emissions. Lucky. Yeah, I don't think Harrison County, or the one around Harrison City, doesn't require emissions either. Lucky ducks. Indiana doesn't require squat, so you have a car, you register it, you pay for your license plate, every year, you're good to go. You could be belching black smoke for all they care. So, but yeah, let's watch this real fast. I just want to know what she's up to, and then we'll jump over to Colin's real fast, because I'm actually pretty stoked for Colin's video. You're still, oh yeah. How'd your surgery go, Rocky? I hope everything went well. I was missing Colin too. So let's how's this go? Let's take our medicine, and then we can have our dessert.
To another React to Land video, I figured we should do one about the FBI Frank story. Since then, people have been literally trolling me about this story. I want to clarify.
Okay. Feel free to keep talking about license and registration. I'm sure nothing valid, like horrifically important is going to come out of this.
Verify exactly what happened. Did I actually lie about this? Or do I have proof that it did happen?
She is at 1.5.
We have a mukbang and a story time for you guys.
Is she wearing the exact same shirt?
Which I am so excited for. It's actually like really random and weird. So in this video, I'm actually in my office.
Not.
And
that would have
picture
been funny, though.
Is this beautiful woman and her nipples were out.
Sorry, what?
Yep. We have water is what we were drinking
the picture.
today. Wow, your girl was drinking water back then. I need to.
Oh, she's okay. I'm on it now. I'm here. I know what's happening now. We are sinkworms.
Take my advice because I have not drank a drop of water in weeks, and I'm not joking about that. And what we are eating today is Singapore rice noodle, which is so freaking good. This is what it looks like. I want to eat on a plate though.
You have put the plate closer to your face so you could just like, you know, just straight shovel it straight in. The screen is black. That's not good. Why is the screen? Oh. Yes, it is. You're right. Ba, 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 ba. No, that's not what I wanted. Hang on. Thank you, Susan. There we go. You didn't miss anything. Thank you, Susan. We got Moonlit Novel, Andrea AU, Andromeda, Angela, Lily Marie. Welcome to the interns. Mwahaha. Yeah, you guys didn't miss anything, I promise. We're just watching her pour noodles onto a plate so that she can just easily shovel it straight into her mouth. So. But thank you, Susan.
Oh my gosh. In Virginia.
Make up your mind. Do you want the screen black or not?
Oh my god, this is so much. Singapore rice noodle, or as it's also called Singapore Mei Fun, is literally one of my favorite things to get at a Chinese restaurant. And they give you so much. They literally pack that container so
10 months of being feral. You know, you guys don't actually annoy Kim, right? She just silently plots all of our demise. She's like a cat.
full. I have never finished that in one sitting. I think it's impossible. Holy. Okay, so in Virginia, they called it Singapore rice noodle where I got it. But here in Kentucky, they call it Mei Fun. So you know what? This is Singapore Mei Fun. So
because it's called Mei Fun, but whatever.
You guys can find.
It's actually called a bunch of things. It's just wherever you're buying it from, whether it's called Mei Fun or not. I learn things.
Find it at your Chinese restaurant. It's rice noodle. It's like a curry base. There's onion, shrimp, bell pepper.
No, Kim, you can't time people out for being snarky. God, I would never have a channel.
Pork, just deliciousness. Oh yeah, and chicken. I'd much rather have it without the meat. I don't mind the meat too much, but
girl, shut up and eat your food.
I wouldn't say the meat is exactly my favorite, so let's dive in. So I actually haven't had this in so long, probably over a year, but the last time I did have it, I asked for just shrimp because the shrimp in it is really good, but the pork and the chicken, especially the chicken, is a no.
I'm so sorry, but I'm not fixing it. The chicken is usually dry AF, so it would be like the perfect chicken for her.
Absolutely amazing.
Anyway.
So how are you guys doing?
Great. I was doing better before this.
Oh, by the way, this has a little spice to it. So if you don't like spicy foods, definitely don't go for it. I'm telling you, life is so much easier when I just filmed mukbangs. Such easy content. Like, eat a good meal and just talk while you're doing it. But it's...
I mean, feeder fodder probably is really easy to do. I wouldn't know. I don't do it myself. But, I mean, it probably is easy to just sit there and stuff your face and have people pay you money for it. So, juxtapose behind the scenes. Funny. Anyway. Sorry for the noises real fast. I'm trying to make this not so gooey. I like this. Like, this one smells kind of like apples, I'll be honest with you. I know it's supposed to have like a cherry. Cherry blossoms don't actually smell like cherries. I know, shocking, but they made this one smell like cherries, and it smells more like apples to me. But anyway. You see it's like styrofoamy. Can you see it? There you go. Kind of. Not really. Alright, anyway, it's bumpy. It is, as I was informed the other day, an advanced slime, which means it's supposed to be sort of sticky, but not like gooey. So here we are. All right, I have my distraction.
It's not fun to react to. It's not fun to watch. I will say that.
It is not fun to watch. You are correct.
I was going to do my makeup, but I realized my face needs to breathe. Okay. Story time.
What kind of makeup are you wearing, like, that your face needs to breathe? The makeup that we make these days is so light and so actually good for your skin. Don't get me wrong. When I was in high school, that shit was basically just glue. It was just paste. It probably still had lead in it for all I know. But, like, the makeup today, I won't say it's, like, the best thing for your skin, but what are you doing that your skin needs to breathe from your fucking makeup? Like, are you literally troweling it into your pores? It's weird. I know some people have, like, exceptionally, like, sensitive skin and, like, everything sets it off. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to come for that person. I'm just like, the hell's wrong with your skin? You seem to have fairly non-sensitive skin, so I don't get it.
Wait, that bell pepper was so good?
Oh, no.
Okay. So, being on YouTube,
I'm sorry,
comes with a fair share of disappointments. I mean, amongst amazing things as well. But something that I consider a disappointment is, like, telling people to off themselves or threatening to off someone. Why? Well, it's pretty simple. These people hide behind keyboards and they can say whatever the hell they want with no consequences whatsoever. So there has been,
says the queen of such behavior,
like, this idea floating around, which I feel like is such a good idea, that, like, if you're going to be on certain social medias, like, you have to show your ID with that username. So if things are being said that are extremely scary, like, ultimately, like, hardcore harassment and threats, like, your username and your comment or your messages are linked up to your ID. I think that's such a freaking great idea. So last October or November,
how do I feel about this idea? Like, I don't care. I don't believe in internet privacy, so I knew the minute I started interneting that I had no privacy. My dad beat that into me. Well, beat is a strong word, but my dad impressed that upon me very early. So, like, I don't believe in internet privacy. You can go be a faceless keyboard warrior all you want. Somebody knows who you are. You know, so, but I don't know, having basically real ID you to the internet, I don't know. I don't know if I trust it either. Like, there's going to be, I mean, people do ID theft all the time, so it's going to be easy to get around that. You know, I don't know. I will say I don't understand people. Susan, I'm going to use you as an example just because you have, like, a full name. I don't know if it's your real name, but you have, like, a full name attached. It's like, people like Susan, though, like, let's pretend like Susan's name isn't actually Susan. Or maybe it is. I don't know. But that's the point. Like, people think that because Susan's on here and she's got a full name up there and also a picture next to her name, that everybody thinks that that is Susan, that is Susan's name, that is what Susan looks like, and therefore this is Susan, right? And nobody ever thinks that, like, it could be some dude named Jack who's, like, a big burly, I don't know, Middle Eastern Russian dude who doesn't speak English whatsoever, who's just using Google Translate and has ripped a picture off the internet to look like Susan. You know, I mean, the people just assume that that's true, that this person is really this person because there's a real sounding name and a real looking picture. And it's like, why are you assuming that this person is a real person just because there's a name and a face attached to it? You should never assume that people are real people just because they're on the internet. Like, Elizabeth Peters could be anybody. That could be the actual author, which would be amazing, but I think we've had that conversation. Thanks for doing the urine review for litter and lasers. Yeah, her surgery arc's getting weird. But I'm okay with that because I don't do anything awful in the world. Yeah, it's like that. But I mean, I don't have really anything to hide either. I do think it's weird as fuck that people look things up, but, you know, whatever. Everybody needs a hobby. Kim. But I'm kidding. It's that kind of stuff, though. Like, I don't know, Dulce de Corgi. Let's pretend like people think that Dulce de Corgi is an actual, like, dog, you know? This is Susan. My name is Susan, and this is my face. Susan is a cat, you guys. I'm just saying. But like, I don't think it would actually. The thing with the internet and people popping off on the internet isn't that there's that, what is it, anonymity? It's that people don't understand that there's no immediate consequence. And the immediate consequence, if there is one, is, oh, I'm going to hide you from chat. You know, somebody comes in here and they start saying all kinds of nasty, horrible, unsayable things, right? The worst that's going to happen is I'm going to block them from the channel. That's the worst I can do. Is that really going to ruin their day? Probably not, or they wouldn't have come into my chat and started popping off like that, right? So even the worst consequence that I can have, that I can give them, isn't that bad. So even if you attach their real name to that kind of thing, I don't really think it's going to I don't really think it's going to stop that many people, because if people are determined to be jack off trolls, they're going to do it anyway, because what are you going to do? You can't arrest somebody for being an asshole. Believe me. So it's not really going to stop people from being assholes. You are definitely a B. Yes. Dolce Delice. Yes, and Rocky is really a cute little picture of a dog, I think, with a scarf around its neck. And Molly is a werewolf. Just letting you guys know.
I was simply just skimming through the comment section of my YouTube.
You can arrest people for being an asshole in Germany? That's amazing.
I usually get a lot of people saying mean things to me.
Yeah,
and
I believe that.
None of it has ever, like, made me feel any sort of way. Nothing scares me. Nothing like that. It all just makes me feel, like, uncomfy.
Definitely.
But there was one that I remember reading that kind of, like, was like, this is how all scary movies start. It was saying how they know where I live, they're going to off me. They said they live nearby, like, this whole thing. And I remember reading it and being like, excuse me?
Take a drink of water first and then bulged your eyes out and said, excuse me? I
actually took a screenshot of it. This is the only time I've ever done this. Like, actually been kind of, like, scared of a comment. I'm really annoyed because I actually do not have the screenshot of it. Obviously, like, all of this happened.
Because it didn't happen?
In 2021. But it wasn't until February 2022 when the FBI actually tried to contact me. And then I actually didn't even upload the storytime until March 2022. So yeah, through all the shuffle of it all, I definitely do not have that screenshot anymore. Sorry.
Annie, are you a human dreaming that you're a cat, or are you a cat dreaming that you are a human?
Well, as I'm taking screenshots and stuff and sending them, I remember I sent it to Becky, a couple other friends of mine. I was like, what is this? Like, what is this? So I guess some of you, so I want to say thank you, actually found that comment and was scared by it as well, because I get a message on Instagram from my ex's sister and said, the FBI showed up for you. She sent me a picture of, like, the card that the FBI gave her. The FBI said, contact her because we need to talk to her. I was terrified. And all of that is true. That very much did happen. And here is a screenshot. I blocked out any personal information, obviously. Here's actually the screenshot of the person messaging me and telling me about it, and then also sending me a picture of the card that the FBI gave them.
Okay. Hey, so the FBI came to my parents' house today looking for contact information for you. The FBI can find you. It's the FBI. Let me tell you what the FBI can do. They said you weren't in trouble, they just need to talk. I don't think anyone has your numbers, agent's information. Department of Justice. Why would you scribble out the part that says USA Department of Justice, Federal Bureau of Investigations, and why would you scribble out the rubber stamp part of the business card? Like, I get maybe scribbling out all of the rest of it, but like, why would you scrub out the part that is on every business card from the FBI? I would assume. Someone posted a screenshot of a business card on Google very similar to the card she showed on Pulpy's Discord. Well, I mean, all of them look that way, though. That's kind of the thing. Like, every FBI business card is going to look like this because that's what the FBI business cards look like. Pays taxes. So it was... Well, no, because she said she showed it to Beck But she said it was her ex's sister, and this was while she was with Beck? Yes? So it wouldn't have been Beck because they were together still. It sounds like a court summons more than anything, possibly. It would be lying to her, trolling to her. Oh, Pocho's here! Yeah, the FBI can find you. My hairs look wonderful today. Yeah, thank you. I think I look like, JJ, what's his name from, Spider-Man. I'm so lost. That's it. I will never show up late again to a live stream. What party you lost at, Seigi? This is the infamous FBI Frank story. Amber is reacting to an old video of herself because she thinks she's a... You know, I don't mind her reacting to her old stuff. It's actually very fascinating, because it's just very fascinating, and I'll have to do a full ass video breakdown of it as to why, because it's really interesting watching her like analyze herself and yet still not see the parts that are the problem. J. Jonah Jamerson, thank you. I am thinking J.J. Abrams, but that's not who I was meaning. I don't look like J.J. Abrams. All of it. But being Crystal's family makes no sense either. Right, no, that's it. That I'm not saying it makes sense. I'm just saying chronologically it would have to have been either Crystal or Destiny. Does Destiny have a sister? Because she's a protected national treasure. I mean, at this point, isn't she? And then there's 2 voice messages. Thanks, that's crazy that they reached out or that specifically / saw it. I'm glad it wasn't anything serious. Blonk. Wait. Huh? Destiny only has a brother, no sisters. Crystal was an only child and so was Casey. The only one to have a sister was Beck. Well, that ruins that timeline. Ooh. Who wants my attention? It does too, Match. I only have 1 finger. Oh, my phone's going to die. That's what it... Hang on. My phone wants power. Quit alerting me if it's nothing important. Right, if the FBI can't find you and they're going house to house, you probably know that. Destiny has a sister. She played... Oh, that's right. Destiny does have a sister. She played soccer. Good point, Una. Oh, no. This is an older video, Sangi. She's reacting to an old video of herself telling the infamous FBI Frank story. She's not currently eating these noodles. She's watching herself eat these noodles.
I had a panic attack because I had to sit there and think of my life. I was like, literally, did I do something that I don't remember that I did? Like, honestly, I was so terrified. I was like, what is happening?
Bitch, if the FBI are after you, you will know. They are not the normal police.
And that's low-key downplaying it. I was genuinely scared. I was so confused. Do you guys ever get that?
I have talked to the FBI twice in my lifetime. Both times were for good reasons. But you know that you're going to talk to the FBI, okay? You will be notified.
When like you see a cop, like you're in a car and you see a cop and they're behind you and like literally you think that you've done like the worst crime in the whole world even though you've literally done nothing. I'm not the only person who feels this way because there are memes about it, and that's genuinely how this situation felt, but like on steroids, like a million times worse. I don't know why, but the FBI didn't know I lived here. So this right here is one of the reasons why people are like, this story is so fake. Like, how does the FBI not know where you live? And that is a question that I also have myself. I truly have no idea.
They don't. The FBI know where you live. Your address is public knowledge. End of discussion. The FBI know where you live.
That's fair. Obviously, immediately, I end up calling the number that is on the FBI guy's FBI card. I was so scared. Some woman picked up And she was like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna call the FBI guy Frank. And here the new side character is born. Why not? So Frank
character is born.
Was like out of the office or something, and she was like, I can give him a call like on his personal cell phone to get like a hold of you. What was that voice? And in my head I was like, why does she want to like bother him on his personal phone instead of just like leaving him a message? Like, what did I do? Oh, I was so scared. I was like, what is the promptness of this? Like, why do they want to talk to me this bad? So I said, thank you, yes, call him if you want, like whatever. And I'm a very patient person, but like situations like
we fall into an alternate dimension and no one warned me?
this, I don't have patience. I was like, oh my God, I need to know like what is happening. Very random fact about me. I'm usually normally a pretty patient person, but like in this situation, I didn't even know what the word patience meant. Like I needed to.
Are you sure you know what the word patience meant? Because like there's several random like normal words that you apparently don't know the definition to, so.
To know right this minute, like why did FBI Frank want to speak to me? Just imagine the FBI trying to contact you guys. Like it puts you in a headspace that you didn't even know like you had. So it wasn't even 45 seconds after I hung up with the receptionist. Frank called me. Imagine having the FBI call you from their own personal cell phone that quickly and that swiftly. I was.
How did you know it was Frank calling you from his own personal cell phone? Like, pretty sure you don't have him programmed into your phone. So, and I have had, okay, I'm not bragging. I'm telling you. I had a friend in the Navy who was getting his secret status verification, whatever. Anyway, he had to have people in his life verify for him, and for whatever reason he thought I was a good pick. Anyhow, so anyway, the FBI had to like call around to his character witnesses basically. And so he told me that the FBI would be calling me, and so that's what it was. I just got interviewed by the FBI about him, right? And that's all it is. It's just a little interview, and they just ask you some questions, and it's intimidating because it's still the FBI, right? And like you don't want to say the wrong thing because you're like, this is your friend, and of course it's nothing big because he's like, it's your friend, right? They wouldn't be asking you questions if they are asking you questions, but like you're not going to say anything wrong because there's nothing wrong to say. But anyway, the point is, it's still intimidating because it's the fucking FBI. They don't call you from their cell phone, okay? Of course, this is also back in the day of landlines, but anyway. But they also identify themselves as soon as they call you. Like they're a police branch. They have to identify themselves legally on the phone. They don't just start talking to you and then go, oh, by the way, this is the FBI. They don't pull that shit. I mean, if they are, they're breaking the law. Main character syndrome at the finest, yes. I can get why Errol thinks she can gaslight her audience. Yeah, she's no genius. Well, that's true. If you believe this story, you're not that weird. It's either their cell phone or their office phone. But the FBI are not going to contact you from their private phones. That's the thing. She thinks this is a good deflection. Mulder and Scully. Hey, Magnolia, or yeah, Magnolia. Hey. No, if the FBI are calling you on their private line, no. Something else is happening and you're not going to be telling me about it in a YouTube video. You know? Do you want to believe in this, Allie? Do you really?
I was like, your girl's about to go to prison.
Is Amber an alien?
Something that I don't even know that I remember I did. Like, I was so anxious. I said, Frank, man, you done scared me. No, okay, it wasn't like that. No. Immediately, he said, you are not in trouble. I remember in that very moment, it felt like the weight of the world left me, but then I instantly thought, what?
My soul left my body, and I was floating above the clouds, looking down upon the earth.
What did my brother do? What did my dad do? What did my mom do? Like, why do they want to talk to me, of all people? And I was like, oh my God, what did I do?
The aliens believe in us.
Turns out, y'all, the FBI is actually on my side. I never thought that, like, cops or the FBI even remotely would care about some YouTuber online. I think
my grandmother, before she moved in with my mom, so she would have been in her late 80s. Yeah, she told us one time when we were, because before she moved in with my mom, we were going over there pretty frequently to check in on her. because again, late 80s. One day she tells us that the FBI have been calling her. And of course, it was me, my mom, and my youngest cousin. And we all just went, really? And she goes, oh yeah, this nice FBI agent, he's been calling me to check in on me every other day or so. And I was like, why is the FBI calling you, Grandma? Now, don't get me wrong. There's some shit in my grandmother's past that might have constituted an FBI call at that point in her past. A little late in her lifetime at that point. And I was just like, why is the FBI calling you, Grandma? And I forget what excuse she gave, but I said, Grandma, the FBI shouldn't be calling you to just talk. That's not what the FBI does. But apparently some dude had been calling her on the regular, posing as the FBI. And then my cousin follows up with, you haven't been giving the money, have you? And so she hadn't done that yet, according to her. But yeah, so there is a scam that they will run. But again, my grandmother had to have been like 87, 88, somewhere around there. Like, you can understand why you would run a scam like that, or that person would be. She's like, how old is she in this video? Mid to late 20s? How dumb do you have to be? iTunes gift cards to fix the virus that isn't infecting your yeah, exactly. Like, and the wind being not. No, Dolce. It's the fog. The fog gave her COVID. My only thought is it's a work cell phone. My sister works for a government organization and she has one, but she's not the FBI. That's fair. That is fair. It could be her work cell, but it wouldn't be his personal cell. Tiny blue. Oh man, my grandmother, my mom's mom. Both of my grandmothers, but my mom's mom, she was a hoot. Once I pretended to be the FBI, I went a scammer. Hey, peanut butter cocoa dude. Amber's new love for March is a Nigerian princess. She's 28. My point is she's too goddamn young for this. Hey, Shayna's here. We're gonna be done with this in a couple. I thought this was going to be something else, and it's not. So.
Genuinely, we underestimate some scary, scary comments online. And we always think like certain situations like, oh, something like that would never happen to us. That person was just a troll. I mean, it kind of goes along the lines of like when I got diagnosed with cancer, I thought in my head, like prior to, like, oh, that would never happen to me. Like, no one's invincible to anything in this world. But turns out that a lot of people reported that very comment that I saw. And I guess they reported it to like authorities, like even higher than like just reporting it to
It's
YouTube.
A new video, but she's reacting to an old video.
Like Frank was like, oh my God, like complimenting me on my following and stuff. This is another part that people tease me about. And it's true. He did compliment me on my following. And I think that just a lot of people do that because I think that's just a nice thing to say. I don't really think that like everyone has been completely genuine when they compliment me. Like when I tell them about my following, like if like the first time I ever saw my tax accountant, like 8 years ago, I was complimented by them because they needed to know my job. And then one time, like I was signing up for a freaking Costco card years ago and they complimented me on my thing then because you needed to say what your job was. Like, I think people.
When I tell people I'm an archaeologist, the next thing they say is, oh, that's really interesting. And I go, no, it's really not. And that usually ends the conversation.
People just say that to be nice. It doesn't mean they're being 100% genuine. But FBI Frank did compliment me, whether he actually meant it or not. It
told me my fridge was running.
Guess what? So they took that comment very seriously, as they should. They did a whole IP address, like tracked him. Ooh. Okay, I'm not going to say who the person is that left that comment, but it is a guy.
Well, that only narrows it down to 50% of the population.
And I know his full name. I know where he lives. So.
And I'm flexing because I think it's cute. And I'm making this up.
They were like worried for me. They were like, do you know this guy? I said, nope, never heard of him.
Zing cat. Welcome to Costco. What's your sub count? That's funny. As they should. Well, okay, if you call the FBI and you are genuinely concerned about a threat that you have received on any social media platform, I would hope that they would take it. Hey, thank you, Faithful. Happy anniversary. And I would hope that they would take it seriously, because you can get legitimate threats via social media, right? Amber didn't contact the FBI. The FBI contacted her because they felt this one threat was somehow worse than all of the other threats that she had received over the years. Like, what was it about this one particular threat that set off FBI red flags? Why were the FBI watching her account in the first place? Like, what makes her account so special that the FBI themselves are like, have a task force just to watch Amber Lynn's channel? Like, girl. Yeah, and the FBI would not give you personal information. They might ask you, do you know such and such a person? But they're not going to give you any other information. Do you know John Bob of 55533 Freedom Way? You know? And yes, apparently you can't shop at Costco unless you have a certain sub count number. Sorry, y'all. That's the new rules. I guess she's just that important. So why aren't the FBI contacting the rest of us and telling us to back off? The FBI is an Am baby confirmed.
So I don't know. I think it's pretty neat that, like,
she's a big girl saucy
if there is like
Agent Am baby
fear that I have from a YouTube comment or a message, Frank is there. He said, call me anytime. Aw, FBI Frank being there. I actually did not contact him since then. So
what is the point of this?
If you ever feel threatened or anything like that, I've never talked to the FBI before. So I thought that was like literally the craziest thing. Like, they were really...
It's a life goal of mine to never talk to the FBI again, because I can't imagine why I would need to friendly talk to the FBI again. All of my friends are adults now. They don't require, you know, what are they called? What are they called? Character witnesses. There we go. You said other people reported it to the FBI? Yeah, her reactions are very cringe, but... well, that's where the FBI are stationed, Dulce de Corge. They're stationed on the moon. They're the ones that create the COVID mist that they shoot directly at Ambi.
I'm truly worried about my safety, and I don't know, I felt like really safe for a minute there. I just had to share that with you guys.
This is a very foodie moment, and not just because of like the shovel tongue and the eating, but also the weird made up story that went nowhere, meant nothing, and is highly unbelievable that she is still doubling down on today. This is Amber of the past. Amber in the moon shirt that she'll cut to in a minute, that's Amber today, still saying this is a real story.
It's so weird. I don't know, I think I'm just like really overly grateful. Like, when it happened, this happened like, I know it's been like over a month, maybe 2 months. I don't really know. But
even missed.
When it happened, I was so scared at the beginning. I was like, oh my God, what did I do? Like, what did I do?
You gained 500 pounds.
But it turns out I didn't do anything. They were actually just there for me. I don't know. So the day that I did get
I'll be there for you
in contact with the FBI, I was actually going over to a friend's house that day, and they were trying to call me, but I was on the phone with the FBI. So then I actually texted my friends, and I was like, this isn't even clickbait. This was something that we used to say, like, when we would say something outrageous, we'd be like, this is not clickbait. But I even sent them a text, which you can see here in the screenshot, where I was like, I was just on the phone with the FBI, and I'll explain when I get to your house.
Who are you talking to? No.
I just think that's pretty great. It makes me feel like comforted.
No. Yeah, clearance. What Mamie Bell said.
Shrimpy. Not gonna lie, watching this video makes me want to do a mukbang. It makes me want to just enjoy a meal with you guys.
Okay, I don't care. All right, anyway, this is not what I thought it was going to be. All right, let's go back to the actual reason we're all here. Today, we are gathered here to watch something that is actually going to make our brains increase in size, not shrink. I am, however, going to speed him up. Not because Colin talks slow or anything, just because this is a 2-hour video. I will give him credit, though. The last one was 3.5 hours, so. But anyway, we are here for Colin. Colin put this video out about a day ago, today being the last day of February. It is last day. This isn't a leap year. Yeah. Leap year was last year. It's FBI Frank. Don't worry about it, Freebad. We're going into something intelligent now. I'm disappointed the Australian security people didn't contact me about my son's security clearance. I don't think they contact parents. And also, I feel like my friend, he said he had to give them a list of people. I'm sure they don't pick. I'm sure you have to give them a list, and then they pick from your list, like, kind of a thing. I'm impressed I was on said list, but that was kind of interesting. Anyway, this is Colin. This has only got 2.7k views. I get that it's a 2-hour movie, but if you can sit through a Marvel movie, you can sit through a Colin video. I'm just saying. You've gotten through about half the video. Yeah, Colin is FBI Frank. Maybe that's the next video Colin needs to do. I've watched, I think, the first 30, let's see, 2 minutes of it. This is building off of his lipedema video that he did looking over, what was her name? Karen Herbst. And he mentioned a few times in that video another woman who he will go on about here in the intro. So it's building off of that. So this is, I don't know if it's going to be about lipedema. I haven't watched it yet. But it's not necessarily going to be about lipedema, but it's building off of things that he learned while he was in there. And I think it's interesting because he talks about how while he was putting together the lipedema video, he had to keep a running list of other rabbit holes that he wanted to go down that he was finding while he was doing the research for that video. And it just kind of shows you how pseudoscience builds on itself, you know? Hang on, real fast. All right, there you go. How pseudoscience can build on itself, and it's a foundational thing, right? You get pseudoscience building blocks, and the really weird part is somewhere at the bottom of that pseudoscience pyramid, there's actual science somewhere down there, but it's so buried, and it's been so chopped up and mutilated by the time you get up to wherever the hell you're at, it's unrecognizable as science, right? So that's kind of what we're witnessing here. Colin's taking this wall apart, right? I want you guys to just kind of like put Colin's name into your cerebral cortex at this time, because what you are witnessing here, and I really do think that that we as a community are truly witnessing the creation of a new Skeptics channel that is really going to make a mark in the Skeptics community. I will say this is like Colin's second really big deep dive, but if Colin continues on this the way he's been going, I honest to God think in another 2 years time, everybody in the Skeptics community is going to know who Colin is, and right now you guys are witnessing the beginning of it. So you're witnessing history is what I'm saying, and you guys should feel the chills of greatness. I will be very, very surprised. I mean, the only thing that would stop this is if Colin decides to stop making videos. Colin has a fantastic way of presenting. He really gets into something when he gets into it. Granted, it takes time in between these videos, but you will see why. Hello. Are you going to come behave, or are you coming to bug me? I thought. But anyway, I cannot stress enough how good Colin's work is. And how you are truly witnessing greatness in this moment. So yeah, Colin is really good at breaking stuff down into an informative way that can be understood by the layperson, which is science communication at its finest. You coming up? No? All right, fine. I'm ignoring you then. You have been chilled. Good. You also have sufficiently been chilled. Let us get into this. Actually, let me switch the screen so you can all see the right screen. All right. What? Maybe I should go to the bathroom first. Come here. Oh, I'm not playing this game with you.
Good day. I'm John Barnes, I'd like to welcome you, and I've been asked to speak to you about my fascia
I don't know
release.
who this guy is, by the way.
My fascia release is a whole body experience, an evaluation and treatment regime. And I went through severe resistance for quite a while. I still do, probably always will.
What?
And they were calling me every name in the book. People never met me before. It's a very interesting experience that healthcare professionals acting that way, because
This is a really interesting, maybe I will slow it down a little bit. This is a really interesting argument that you're hearing this guy make. The whole, like, I've been called every name in the book. I was attacked by healthcare professionals. You know, the mainstream was attacking me, and I don't understand why they were attacking me. They must have been attacking me because I was hitting a nerve. This is a very common pseudoscientific claim that they kind of use as a way of proving that they are in the right, or that they're getting close to a truth that the mainstream doesn't want you to know, because if they didn't, why would they be attacking me so strongly if they didn't want you to know this? And it's like, because A, they're not attacking you, they're just telling you that you're wrong and you don't like hearing that, and B, what you're peddling is a falsehood that is actually probably harmful in some way, shape, or form. But don't do diet. No dying. Oh, dialysis, my bad. Well, we'll probably still be here, Wendy Snow. We all know that I talk. We all know that I talk. Let's put it that way. Research is a genuine hobby. I need a colony friend. Stop it. What? You need to behave. Quit it. Me? We are not shamed in any way, shape, or form down here. This dude is a trip. I don't actually know who this dude is, so. Yeah, right. I can't imagine why a healthcare professional would shut your ass down. I was just actually kind of scrolling down to look at what he's got here. He's got his little timestamps. Got a Google Doc. He said he has all of his sources are listed in the Google Doc. I'm ignoring you. All of his Google Docs are down here, and I'm guessing this is like a link to maybe what this dude's on about. So probably a link to this video here.
so we had different ideas. That was a shock to me. You know, helping people wasn't that the idea?
I really would have liked to have kept learning from John, but really it was in the company that he keeps that ultimately led to me leaving. And if you threaten those egos in any way, they got a serious arsenal of fear-based control methods to come at you with during your most vulnerable moments.
Is this the face cracking guy? Is this the guy that puts the balloon in your nasal passages and cracks? Makes your nasal passages crack? Cats have no shame. No, they don't.
A few months ago, I made a video essay exploring
Look at his hair. Where are his glasses?
some major problems in the medical research field, especially in the United States. I found out a very tight-knit community built on poor evidence and even apparent pseudoscience seems to dominate popular understanding of a condition called lipedema. I may not be a doctor or a scientist, but I am interested in studying science and trying to break it down for other people. Actually, I'm especially interested in bad science, because there's a shocking amount of it circulating not just amongst the lay public, but also within the realm of accepted science too. I left off that lipedema video with the promise that I had a lot more to say. While I was researching, I actually had to create a separate document full of the rabbit trails I wanted to go down, or I never would have gotten done. If I'm being real, that one deep dive gave me enough offshoot material, probably for the rest of the year. My plan for this video is to focus on one specific person from that investigation.
Before he goes into that, I just want to be superficial real fast. I'm loving this little, like, 5 o'clock shadow scruffy thing he's got going on. I know Colin's not fishing in my pond, but this is a good look for him, and I like it a lot.
A lot of people noticed I was particularly antagonistic towards a well-known lipedema specialist named Linda Ann Kahn. Linda Ann Kahn is just a walking red flag. Linda Ann Kahn. Linda Ann Kahn. Linda Ann herself. Linda Ann Kahn. And
Get her! Get her!
Linda Ann Kahn. And if you didn't watch that video,
I do
give
like
you
this
some
sweater.
Context. Linda Ann Kahn is an
Looks like a young number 1 from Star Trek: The Next Gen. Riker.
extremely popular figure in the lipedema community, even listed second on the official US standard of care guidelines. But you should be aware that she is not a doctor. Her only healthcare certification is in lymphatic drainage therapy, which is a legitimate credential, but some of her other credentials are a little more dubious. She's also a beauty therapist, an aromatherapist, a holistic health practitioner.
No offense, and I'm not trying to be mean, but I wouldn't go to her for beauty therapy. And I'm not trying to be a total dickwad about this, but I don't know.
And an integrative health coach. be just as good as med school. And while I automatically cringe at integrative health coach, which is a title you can claim without any certification, by the way, I can't.
Ooh, can I be an integrative health coach? All right, you guys, from now on, I am Tiny Blue Anthropologist, integrative health coach. I don't know what that means, but I'm claiming it.
Say everything Linda Ann promotes is bunk. Essential oils are kind of a minefield of real and fake science. A lot of people promote them for an array of illnesses without any kind of evidence, but there is some evidence aromatherapy can be helpful for some things, like anxiety
I think his brick wall is real, actually. Mine is not.
and nausea. It's not a replacement for treatment, but it is a tool. And lymphatic drainage is also a real treatment.
He took the German doctor's advice of changing his background. The German doctor did not like the Barbies behind him. No, he was not amused with the background. I think for Colin's more, if Colin does his more like, what am I looking for? Casual videos where, you know, like he used to do, where he just kind of sat there and shot the shit with us. I think that's a fine background. But for these types of videos, I think I think the brick back wall is probably better. It's more professional. It would definitely be a better background for an interview of that caliber again. However, the doctor still took him seriously, so that shows you the caliber of that doctor. So even though he was not impressed with the background, he still took Colin seriously. So can we anthropologist of this field? I can be an anthropologist of anything.
Treatment recommended for things like lymphedema and venous disease. But Linda Ann takes these things way too far. She makes a ton of claims that are either unfounded or completely refutable.
What you're thinking goes into all the cells in your body and contaminates to that, so we want to be...
I didn't realize he had people sped up. That might solve the problem.
very positive all the time, but 70% of your immune system is in your gut. Get yourself a dog, let the dog lick you, and go outside and play in the dirt.
Linda Ann
There's actually a Chubby Emu video about, what is it? Man lets his dog lick him, and this is how his immune system shuts down, or something like that. It's a freak thing. Like it's just a clickbaity title, and it is because the guy's dog licked him. But then it was a series of unfortunate events after that. But it just kind of made me laugh.
Was one of the major forces that drove me to look into lipedema research more critically. She was my first glimpse into the truly bonkers.
You have fun with that one.
Nonsense promoted by the U.S. Standard of Care Committee. I give you all that background because I initially planned to do a deep dive on Linda Ann Kahn. But once again, what started as basic research has exploded into something much crazier. I don't know why this keeps happening. So let's start where I...
Don't you though? Don't you? Don't you understand this is how pseudoscience works? There's a reason why pseudoscience is so hard to understand. Because it's like this weird spiraling spaghetti bowl of just absurdity that just it has no beginning. Well, it does have a beginning, but it has no end. And a lot of the ends and a lot of the beginnings are like an Ouroboros, and they just like eat themselves. And it's just like these loops that are, it's itself its own thing. It is its uncle. It is his own uncle, mother, brother, sister, cousin. And it's just like, that's why these things they're constantly expanding because they're ridiculous.
I started. I already knew Linda Ann had questionable beliefs, but imagine my surprise when I found out she did an interview with a psychic website. The website is called Mystic Mag, and they discuss a lot more than just psychics, although fear not, they do plenty of that.
Hey now. I haven't done a rune reading in a hot minute.
If you visit their blog, you can also learn about Reiki, astrology, past life regression, and communication with animals and the dead. They also did an interview with someone.
I like communicating with the dead. I like all of this stuff. Don't get me wrong. I like this metaphysical stuff. I do. Do I believe in it? I like learning about it. I like talking to people who believe in it. It's a fun thing to entertain as a thought thing. Pseudoscience is from Alabama. Yeah, basically. I like using runes and tarot cards, and I've said this on more than one occasion. I like using them as, forms of self-exploration and like journaling. I like reading my tarot, or not tarot. I like reading my astrology reports and that kind of stuff. Do I truly, honestly believe that Mercury in retrograde really does affect my computer's ability to compute? No. But is it a nice, convenient excuse for when the computer F's up? Yes. I think they're nice things to do to just kind of give you something to center on and like focus on. I don't know if those energies are really truly 100% real, if you guys get my drift, but I've been pretty upfront about that stuff when we do it. So. About quantum, oh, why haven't I thought of that? Saucy broche. Quantum archaeology. How have I not thought of that before? All right, coffee gone. Time to switch over to the water. As soon as I figure out where to put my coffee. That's just asking for it to fall over, but we go. Mercury in the microwave impact me a lot. Yeah, well, mercury in Gatorade causes mold, so.
Who calls herself the Glamour Witch, and I mention that just because that name is sick, and I wish I come up with it myself. A number of these interviews discuss integrating these alternative practices with conventional medicine. And there's a lot to be said about how helpful a spiritual practice can be for a lot of people. I'll go ahead and give my disclaimer that I am an atheist, and as I've said before, I don't have a spiritual bone in my body. But that being said, I won't refute that a lot of people can benefit from religion and spirituality. You can be a spiritual person and still accept and practice science and medicine. But I do think a lot of people who practice conventional medicine would take issue with the posts on this site. And I find it concerning that Linda Ann is content to put herself amongst the ranks of these other practitioners. At first I thought maybe she didn't fully understand what kind of interview she was doing. Alternative medicine.
I will abuse the hell out of the word quantum, AJ. I'm with you. I like how quantum has become the new, like, you can't explain it, therefore it is quantum. That's something we used to joke about a lot. Glamour Witch does sound like a... Sit your stinky butt down. No. No. One, you have water. You don't want to sit in my lap for pet. Pet. No. No. That's it. This is what you get. These are the only options. Okay? Not acceptable, you can get down. No. Desk is not an option. The window is open, you can go outside. Yeah? No. No. We're thinking about it. We're debating. I guess while he's here. No. Oh, it's not fair. Anyway. I can see you twitching.
And sort of fringe spiritual practices do often go hand in hand, but that's not always the case. But no worries, Linda Ann fits right in. The first time I smelled Lang Lang essential oil, I felt transported to another dimension. Despite being young and inexperienced in the spiritual realm, it evoked feelings of being in Egypt. I would love for her to explain exactly how it feels to be spiritually in Egypt. And this is a generalization, but I've noticed a lot of spiritual people, especially white people, love to co-opt other cultures as part of their practices. Egypt is a big one, and also various Native American and Asian cultures. Too often, various cultural practices get chewed up and spit out into a soup of modern spirituality. And I'm just another white person, but to me that feels uncomfortable. In light of what this website is about,
Since when does the space bar become the speed up bar? Stop it. Your YouTube, stop that. Basically domesticated themselves and think that we're incompetent. Yeah, that's true. Ah, thank God. Such a pain in the ass. His eyes look sad. Yeah, he wants you to feel bad for him, but I don't know why. I don't know. What is Egypt supposed to smell like? I'm pretty sure if you made an essential oil that smelled like camel shit, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't do that well. But I don't know what Egypt actually smells like, so I got nothing. I'm just going off of what it is food he probably smells like. So, a cloud with 2 triangles for ears. Yes, he's a very grumpy cloud. I don't honestly know what he wants. But anyway, why does it keep doing the...
Disappointed but not
Oh, well.
surprised to hear Linda Ann say these kinds of things. But okay,
Appropriation. That was the word I was looking for.
she said that was her feeling, and I can't really refute that. But let's look at some of the other things she said in this interview. Recently, I gave a talk on aromatherapy for lymphedema and lipedema, blending the emotional and spiritual aspects of chronic illness. Recently, I made a blend called Peace, which has been sent to people in areas where there has been war. Let me tell you, aromatherapy can truly elevate your state of being. Take this blend I've crafted. It contains Fregonia from Australia, which opens the heart, Palo Santo that connects to the spiritual realm, and Neroli, known for its ability to help with grief and trauma while boosting endorphins. These oils, when combined, uplift your spirit and raise your vibrations. It's incredible.
Yeah, and rose oil in a high enough concentration can possibly cause the end of a pregnancy. What's your point?
I agree. That is incredible. Yes, clearly, I am a hater. But I'm mostly just bewildered that Linda Ann was able to slip through the cracks and become such a widely respected expert in the medical research field. I'm willing to accept that there are truly people who believe in this stuff and find it helpful. My main issue is that
Sala
there's
likes the
very
candle scent.
limited evidence for a lot of the things Linda Ann promotes. And if you're going to insert yourself into the field of hard science, you need to back up your claims with a lot more than just vibes. But this interview with Mystic Mag is an extreme example. Most of the non-scientific things Linda Ann says are a little more sneaky. She's able to spout medical language and sound like a pro, but the things she says are not actually backed up by science.
Colonialism will never die. It has been around for thousands of years, and it will probably be around for thousands of more.
First go through intensive certification, understanding the physiology and anatomy of the lymph system, decongest the tissue, helps with toxic waste in the body.
Pseudoscience is
Toxic waste in the body? The fuck are you from?
sometimes hard to spot unless you already know the dog whistles and red flags to look for, especially
fair.
because a lot of things Linda Ann promotes are real therapies. She just piles a bunch of other claims on top of them. Unfortunately, I found this interview after I made that lipedema video. If I'd found it before, I probably would have gone a lot harder on her than I did. Because yes, a lot of her language is sneaky, but this was blatant, and it made me scrutinize every
I won't be surprised if that turns out to be so, BJ. Inhaling deepening with scientific lowers the heart rate. Exhaling people and people like smelling something nice while doing it. Yeah, well, you know. We do like nice smells. And there are, I mean, some of the oils, that's the problem with the essential oils that he kind of alluded to earlier in the video. Here, let me just shake everything up. Some of the essential oils, especially if taken internally and, you know, given to children and animals, actually have negative health effects. And people, especially like the young living people, they were dosing their kids and their animals with certain the oils, and it was causing irreversible damage. But they were doing it because they were told, oh, these oils do XYZ. And it's like, yeah, but they also do these other things. So
everything she said even more closely. One of my major concerns with Linda Ann Kahn is her
the only thing huffing pine sol like Amber Lynn will do is kill her remaining brain cells.
focus on emotional trauma and how it relates to physical symptoms. I want to be clear that I'm not saying emotional issues can't cause physical symptoms. I know from firsthand experience that my own anxiety usually manifests physically. Psychosomatic symptoms are very real and incredibly difficult to identify and treat. I think this is an under-recognized and misunderstood area of study, and I really do wish there was more research there. But Linda Ann, once again, takes this concept way too far. She makes frequent claims about the body storing or recording traumatic events.
We're going to look how trauma is stored in this extracellular matrix.
Dude, if I could burn that goddamn book, I would. If one more person recommends that fucking book to me.
And we're going to explore the extracellular matrix, which is part of the fascia.
If you're familiar with Bessel van der Kolk's The Body Keeps the Score, or Stephen Porges' polyvagal theory, or you spend a lot of time on social media, you've probably heard of this concept before. This has been kind of a point of contention when I brought it up in the past, but a lot of the psychological community highly criticizes this theory for its lack of evidence. A small but very loud group is mostly responsible for popularizing it. Doesn't that sound familiar? I think there are very
Yeah, fat acceptance. I didn't know people ingested the oils. I thought they were only used for the scent. Some people do, actually. My mother-in-law, for one. They put them in the little gelatin capsules and they swallow them, or they mix them into water and drink them down that way, which I do not recommend doing any of those, by the way. Especially not the just drinking it with water, because that's a good way to, like, scar up your esophagus. So yeah, no, people were ingesting the oils. they were being recommended to do so. So yeah, only a few people who think tea tree oil cures everything. And when I told him it was super toxic, oh yeah, tea tree oil is terrible for your animals. Tea tree oil has properties that are fine, but like if you've got animals in the house, you want to really keep that under lock and key, because for whatever reason, they really like it and it will kill them. So I do have some in the house because I use it. Well, I give myself little manicures every now and then, and it helps with your cuticles and stuff like that. But I put, what are they? Oh, those gloves with wax stuff on them. Anyway, the point is I keep my hands away from my animals while I have it on them. I don't know, Megan 8, and neither do they. I'm allergic to most of the oils. Yeah, a lot of people are allergic to concentrated oils. Toxic waste in the body. Yeah. Most of the time your body has that whole detoxing thing under control. Yeah, you're not supposed to put most oils directly onto the skin. I think tea tree oil is one of the few oils that you can put directly under your skin, but again, don't quote me on that, and please don't go try it. Matter of fact, just don't fuck with it. You gotta take a shot of tea tree oil with a fistful of apricot seeds. Yes, that's what we are learning here. Lemongrass is the same. Well, yeah, but if you brew lemongrass into a tea, that's different than a concentrate of lemongrass oil. This is a permanent cure for stupidity. I saw a woman who was sold the EO bullshit. Oh, essential oil. She kept putting citrus on her skin and then going into the sun. Yep, that'll do it. Tea tree needs to be diluted? Maybe. Distributors making their kids drink. Yeah, they're essential oil ones instead of taking them to the doctor. Yeah, there was, during the whole Rona, there was some, I think it was Young's Oil that was pushing a, essential oil blend that was supposed to be antiviral. There's no such thing. Period. I have some cleansing facial pads with tea tree oil. Yeah, I mean, I'm not knocking tea tree oil. Like I said, I do use it myself, and I like the way it smells. Like, I have a lot of oils around that I have because I like the way they smell. And I have a diffuser because I like the way they smell, but I keep them away from my animals because I don't want to find out the hard way that they're bad for them. You know? And I don't stand over the diffuser and huff them into my lungs.
Good reasons to dismiss this theory, but that would take me a long time to explain, so trust me, this is on my rabbit trails list. In one of the interviews I watched, Linda Ann brought up this theory in reference to some questionable claims about the fascia.
Trauma, surgery, or inflammation can cause a malfunction of the fascial system, and then everything binds down and there's an abnormal pressure on the nerves and muscles. My teacher, John Barnes, has a lot to say about this, and when you have myofascial release sessions, that you can actually see and witness this release of the trauma that has been in the tissue for sometimes for years and years and years.
Linda Ann is talking about a specific type of massage therapy called myofascial release, or MFR. And as I mentioned in the lipedema video, the idea that massage can release emotional trauma sounds like nonsense to me.
Yeah, I've heard that. I don't know. I'm a fence sitter on that one. I want more study done on that.
Away from that video, assuming this teacher of hers and maybe the technique itself were just as much of a sham as I think Linda Ann Kahn is.
There's that. I'm not doubting anything he's about to say, by the way. I have heard a lot of people say that they have had an emotional episode while receiving massage, but I've also heard people say that about yoga. So I think it's I think it's an individual experience, not a massage experience. Does that make sense? I don't think it's the massage. I think it's the individual. So when I did infant daycare, mom put garlic oil in her bib. No, we are not huffing essential oils. Sorry. Unless you're Allie, and then yes, we're huffing essential oils and eating apricot seeds. That's the combo, though. Allie. Please don't listen to anything Allie says. Allie is a chaos demon.
I mean, I think the body keeps the score is already questionable. Saying The emotions are literally stuck in your fascia and you need to massage them out is even more nuts to me. But
Okay, no, I don't agree with that at all. I think some people have an emotional experience while doing yoga or while having massage because like it's a relaxing experience. And I think that that moment of relaxation catches people off guard, if that makes sense. I think it's more of a mental thing. I don't think like I'm carrying around anger at my dog running away when I was 6 in my bicep. Right? I don't think massaging my bicep is going to let that anger out. Well, that might not be what they're talking about either, but I don't think that's what's going on. But I think like if I have a moment to relax or something, I can like understand why I got pissy in traffic the other day when some jackass cut me off while I was on my way to the grocery store. Right? It's probably not the jackass that cut me off going to the grocery store. It's probably because I was worked up about something else already. And whatever that was, I can now work through now that I'm in a more calm state, right? Again, it's not the massage or the yoga, it's the state of mind that I've achieved. And I probably could have done that in a number of ways. And it's not being held in my body.
I wanted to do my due diligence, so I looked up myofascial release just to see if there was any merit behind it. Maybe this was just Linda Ann promoting a real therapy in the wrong way yet again.
Also, the closed captions for this are just fucking precious.
It turns out that Linda Ann's teacher that she mentioned, John Barnes, was actually the founder of myofascial
exactly,
release
Allie.
therapy. John Barnes' website, myofascialrelease.com, describes MFR as, quote, a safe and very effective hands-on technique that involves applying gentle, sustained pressure into the myofascial connective tissue restrictions to eliminate pain and restore motion, end quote. That sounds perfectly reasonable to me. This is a massage technique after all, and that's the kind of description I would expect. But then the description goes on to say, quote, trauma, inflammatory responses, and or surgical procedures create myofascial restrictions, end quote. Uh-oh. But let's take a moment to talk about trauma, because there are multiple definitions of trauma, right? Linda Ann Kahn talked about releasing emotional trauma, but it sounds like this definition is talking about physical trauma, something like blunt force trauma. And I am willing to believe massage could help with that kind of pain. But when you look at another page on this website, Problems MFR Helps, you see where Linda Ann may have gotten this idea. It certainly does list emotional trauma as a problem MFR can help, although you may notice that it doesn't explicitly tie the act of massage to the emotional healing. It specifically says, quote, MFR provides a safe, non-judgmental environment in which suppressed feelings can be expressed and released.
That sounds like
that sounds pretty different than what Linda Ann Kahn suggested. She made it sound like the massage itself releases the trauma, but this website seems to portray the experience completely differently. Instead, it's the safe, relaxing environment that can allow a client to express their feelings and experience catharsis. I wouldn't put that on par with conventional psychological therapy, but it sounds helpful.
Yeah, like Megan says, I think people can feel emotional and physical release doing many different things. Some find it in religion, but that won't work for everyone. I mean, yeah, Colin says that earlier. I mean, there's a reason why the rosary is such a popular thing, right? I used to do the rosary myself. I'm not religious, but I was Lutheran. I was raised Lutheran for a very short period of time. I was also raised Southern Baptist. That was fun. Try combining those two things. But anyway, so I know the rosary, and it's a meditative thing, right? I don't believe any of that stuff, but it allows you to calm your mind. It's a meditative way of doing things. So yeah, if you're really doing it religiously and you really do believe in like the power of the rosary, which some people really do, it can help, right? But it's a mental thing. It's not your fingers, as you work your way through your rosary, are not holding on to the trauma of whatever the hell it is you're working through, right? Burps for you says my friend had one with acupuncture. Yeah, right, exactly. It's a release of tension. You've seen people cry in massage because they were finally able to yeah, and then there's that, yeah. Like I tell you what, there have been days, well, my migraines. If I could get some relief from my migraines sometimes, I would probably cry. Yeah, high stress can cause tension that needs physical release. Yeah. Barrel heathen. Well, I think having conflicting religious doctrines helps. Also, okay, so my mom's side of the family was Lutheran. My dad's side of the family was Southern Baptist. My aunt married Catholic. And my dad left the Baptist church at a very young age, and so he basically raised me atheist. So that was, you know, I had a really fun time.
At this stage of my research, I was ready to pin all the blame onto Linda Ann. After all, she already has this basis of believing unfounded claims about the mind-body connection, amongst other things. I thought there was a good chance Linda Ann was fudging John Barnes' words a little bit to lend credibility to her own claims. And that was really frustrating to me. What if I just dismissed this whole therapy because Linda Ann's description of it was wrong? My biggest irritation with Linda Ann Kahn is that her wild theories have been placed side by side with real science. When someone layers unfounded claims on top of founded claims, that can sort of legitimize those unfounded claims to an audience that doesn't know any better. That's why it's so dangerous that the most prominent lipedema specialist in the US, Dr. Karen Herbst, collaborates with Linda Ann. Well, a medical doctor thinks this stuff is great, so surely that means it's scientifically backed, right? But on the
yeah, but Herbst is full of shit too, so.
Flip side, mixing founded and unfounded claims can also delegitimize the founded claims. Just because people like Linda Ann promote lymphatic drainage and aromatherapy for detoxing and a ton of other things without good evidence.
Don't detox. You don't need to. Unless a literal doctor comes to you and says your organs don't work and you need to have help detoxing your body, aka dialysis, which I think one person on here said they had to go do. Your body does it itself. What do you think urine is? It's just, okay, anyway.
That doesn't mean we have to throw out the entire concepts. There's still
Southern
real treatments.
Pentecostal,
It's a shame
wow.
because these type of practitioners mystify real science and can make people like me skeptical of things that are actually evidence-based. Maybe
That's
I was
true.
too quick to judge myofascial release just because Linda Ann is associated with it. At least, that was my impression at the start.
Well, that is being open-minded. That right there, that statement he just made, maybe I was being too quick to judge this thing because it was attached to someone who I already had a skeptical opinion of. And so I was being skeptical of my own skepticism. That's a good statement to make. Like, that's showing that you're keeping an open mind and that you're not second guessing yourself, but you're keeping a space open for yourself to be wrong, even though your initial reaction is, nah. But then you step back and you're like, all right, maybe I'm being judgy just a little too fast. Maybe there is something there and I just don't like you, right?
I had to say, John Barnes doesn't get out of all of this scot-free. Let's revisit that page on his website, Problems MFR Helps. I couldn't help but notice that this was quite a long and varied list. Experiencing any of the following conditions or diagnoses? This is only a partial list of the conditions that we can help. Oh boy. Back pain, bladder problems, birth injuries, bulging disc, bursitis, carpal tunnel, cerebral
Bulging discs? Oh no.
palsy, cervical
I've never had one, or I don't have one that I'm aware of. I don't think I don't want that, no.
injuries, chronic fatigue, chronic pain, degenerative disc disease, endometriosis, emotional
Degenerative disc disease? All right, look, my dad's mom had, I don't know what the hell was wrong with her. There was a lot of things wrong with her. So, but anyway, something to do with her arthritis. She had really, really advanced arthritis and her bones were effectively just powder. And she would sneeze. I remember this distinctly. She would sneeze and her vertebra would they would just powder, right? She would just lose a vertebra from sneezing. That's how delicate her bones were. You want me to go get a massage for that?
trauma, fibromyalgia, frozen shoulder, herniated disc, headaches and migraines, infertility, interstitial cystitis, menstrual problems, myofascial pain, neck pain, osteoarthritis, pelvic pain, plantar fasciitis, pudendal nerve entrapment,
Plantar fascia. I could see that helping, actually.
sciatica,
I could see massage helping some of these things. Shin splints, I could see that.
scoliosis, shin splints, tennis elbow, tinnitus, TMJ, trigeminal neuralgia.
Good night, Kane. 11 p.m. in Sweden, so I'm going to bed. Thank you. Well, definitely go check out here before people start falling off the planet. Please excuse me. Here is the link to Colin's video. I should have posted that before we started watching. But go check it out. We are not going to get through all of this today, but we're going to try to get through some of it. But if you these are actually, well, yeah, I know that, Dolce. But you know, if you're going to bed or if you're not going to make it, I know there's people lurking. Or if you just want to go watch it by yourself and not have me interrupting it every 5 seconds, there's the link to the video. Go ahead and go give it a watch. Colin is an excellent YouTuber. He's an excellent researcher. So please just go watch his video. Definitely go leave a comment, give it a like, give him some interaction on his video because he deserves it. And yeah, I'm just hyping Colin's channel up and this video up. So let's go. Oh, you already watched it? All right, fine. Fine then, go to bed.
Vulvodynia, and whiplash. I
But
think
thanks
the
for
list of
stopping
things
by.
myofascial release can't help would be shorter, and I can't say that all these claims are wrong. Myofascial release is a type of physical therapy. Did I believe it could help with back
Right.
pain? Probably. Frozen
Yeah.
shoulder? Sure. Myofascial pain? I would hope so. But this huge list did worry me. I found it especially concerning that John Barnes claims MFR can help with things like cerebral palsy, infertility, and yes, emotional trauma, even if it is more of a side benefit. These are things that are not only extremely difficult to live
Even if
with,
it's a side
but they're also
benefit.
vulnerabilities that are often exploited by people trying to sell bogus cures. I am
Yes.
automatically skeptical of anything that sweeps those types of conditions into the same list with things like tennis elbow. But I still felt like I shouldn't just
Tennis elbow.
dismiss MFR out of hand. I hadn't even heard of it before, so maybe there was good evidence behind it. But on the other hand, I already felt like John Barnes had some strikes against him. Alright, I won't bury the lead anymore. We're about to go on quite an adventure.
What is myofascial release therapy?
So what is myofascial release? How is it different from other types of massage therapy? When you imagine massage, you probably have a couple of images in mind. Something like a relaxing spa, or maybe a deep tissue massage where they mash the crap out of you.
Or the cat in the morning at 5 a.m. standing on your chest, giving you biscuits because he wants you to feed him with his sharp, sharp claws.
John Barnes' myofascial release therapy is nothing like either of those things. I would say it's only called massage by
Licensed,
technicality
educated
because
professional. Well, how dare you, Dolce? How dare. When these things don't work, who do the people blame? Usually burps for you, they were like, oh, you didn't do this, you didn't do that, or this is trickier than XYZ, let's try this new thing. And
it's mostly
there's always an
stretching the client in
excuse.
certain positions for extended periods of time.
The patellar is being pulled out of the prepatellar groove. It's not tracking properly. Irritation is beginning to occur in the joint surface as they go through flexion and extension. A nice patellar technique is to grab the patella.
Don't touch my patella. No, you leave my patella alone. That's a floating bone. You leave that thing alone.
Push the
It always makes me nervous when people go for your kneecap. I don't know if you know this, but your kneecap isn't like it's a floating bone. It doesn't, it's not like your other bones where your other bones are like attached to other bones. Your patella just kind of like hangs out on its own, which is why it's so easy to damage it. And that's why anytime I see somebody going after your patella, I'm always like, don't touch my knee, kind of a thing. That's also like when you do anything physical, they'll tell you, like yoga and shit like that, they tell you don't put your hands on your knee, put it like on your thigh or on your, below your knee or above your knee, but not on your knee. Don't try to put weight on your actual kneecap because you'll take your kneecap out. So
patella caudally gently until you take
anyway, this is making me cringe all over. And I'm not even a physical like therapist or person or anything. I'm sure Dolce will have words with me later.
the slack out of the system, cross your hands, and wait for the system to release. Again, I'm speeding through things now for demonstration purposes, or you can get under the patella if it's not moving well in that direction. You'll be pushing that way. The other thing that I
Like to
do is I
wiggle
make
mine
a claw with my
around.
hand.
Stop it, Faithful. Leave your kneecap alone.
Now, you have some patella mobilizers that you can find in most of the professional journals now. They're sort of like a little suction, which you can also use, but your hands work quite fine. I'm going to grab his patella and pull toward the...
Give me a minute. No, don't do that. Ooh. Ooh. Babies don't have kneecaps. Yeah, they do. Babies have all of their bones. Well, they have cartilage nodules of all of their bones. Wait, who? What? What? Yeah, I hate this. I'm sorry. Can I skip this? Oh, yes. Okay, cool. You're still screaming.
Originate in the fascia. Fascia is a connective tissue that
I'm sorry, we're
encases
just gonna have to
everything in your
skip that.
body, from organs to muscles to blood vessels. The myo in myofascial release
Well, it's not a bone until later, but it is like a cartilage nodule. Like babies have cartilage. The bone the bone hasn't solidified yet. Babies are basically just jelly.
refers to muscles. So this type of therapy focuses on relaxing both the muscle
I'm so sorry, Elisa. So sorry. That killed me. I'm squidgety about kneecap. Yeah, well, you should be. There's very few bones of your body that are like that. And like the kneecap is one of those bones that like once you've effed it up, it's kind of effed up. Like there's really no fixing it. So I was a dumb kid and broke my kneecap by jumping. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, that'll do it. My kneecaps duplicate? You mean dislocate? Yeah, they have a tiny bit of smushy cartilage. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not a bone. But like babies have like a little, like even like their little fingers, they have like a little smushy bit of cartilage for everything that's going to later become a bone. They do have some actual like bone. But mostly babies are just like jelly. They're just jelly. They're just like little chunks of jelly. That's why they're so floppy. They're supposed to be so that they can fit out of very small, very tight spaces. Faithful. Defending wiggling their kneecap at this point. I have heard the words, oh, I know. I think my sister did that to her kneecap. I don't know how long it takes your kneecap to solidify. That one I don't remember. Your dad's had 2 full kneecap replacements? Yikes. Yes, Amber would say her knee has disassociated. I worry about her knees, to be honest. Are we talking about cupping? Ugh, cupping.
Muscles and the surrounding fascia. And like I said, it's really not so much massage as it is controlled stretching. The theory is that scarring or stiffening in the fascia, what Barnes calls restrictions, can cause a cascade of other issues. For example, say you broke your ankle and it healed crooked or stiff. That may affect your posture, which may lead to pain in your back or your neck or your shoulders. I'm sure a lot of us have experienced the type of pain that comes from
Or I just sit like a Neanderthal, you know.
overcompensating.
Sit up straight.
For another injury. I've seen several patient testimonials say they went in for MFR for one specific pain, only to find out that the source of the pain was in a completely different area. In our ankle example, maybe the patient has back pain but doesn't realize that their old ankle injury is contributing to that, especially if the ankle doesn't even bother them anymore. An MFR practitioner may assess the patient from a standing position and notice their stance is asymmetrical. So instead of just focusing on the patient's back pain, they would try to find the source of the asymmetry. In our example, they would perform myofascial release on the ankle to loosen the stiffness and hopefully allow the patient to stand straighter and relieve the back pain. To me, this makes a lot of sense. John Barnes talks a lot about how conventional medicine focuses too much on symptoms without getting to the root of the problem. I don't think it would be uncommon for a patient to go to the doctor for back pain and be prescribed painkillers or muscle relaxers, maybe even surgery. Would a doctor trace the problem to an ankle that had healed years ago, especially if the patient didn't think it was relevant to mention? I'm sure some would, but not all. I'd venture to say not most. Alright, so I thought the theory behind myofascial release had merit, but do we have evidence that backs up John Barnes' claims?
Scientific evidence?
There aren't a lot of studies on myofascial release. A lot of the papers I found were actually systematic reviews of the limited studies we have. I have found a few studies that claim MFR perform better than placebo or better than other types of physical therapy. But as I've come to learn, you can't always take a study at face value. Placebos in drug trials are pretty straightforward. Just give the control group a fake pill or a fake injection. But with treatments like physical therapy, it's much more difficult to come up with a placebo that matches the experiment. How do you give someone a fake massage? Experimenters have to get more creative when testing things like this. And my problem with a few of these MFR studies is that their choice of placebo doesn't feel adequate to me. Keep in mind, I'm not an expert, so take what I'm saying here with a grain of salt.
No. Myofascial release for adults with chronic neck pain and depression. Chronic neck pain would be nice. I get I've learned recently that my migraines have changed. Apparently you can do that. Fun times. Things to look forward to. But I still get my sinus migraines, but I also have like there's a migraine type that is in like this part of your neck. So like from your don't mind my hair. Like here, like this part of your head here, and then like this part of your shoulder. And it's a migraine. Fun times. So I've recently started getting those. I blame YouTube. And they suck. Because there's really no getting rid of them. And those are the ones that have been like lingering because it also like this triggers this. So, but where was I going with this? Oh, Chronic neck pain. So yeah, that would be, I don't know if it contributes to my depression, but it sure as fuck contributes to my crankiness. So. Wait, Faithful, is that a joke or not? Cupping breaks your fast? Does it? Interesting. Went for hip pain. Yeah, no, you'd be surprised like how much of your back pain and your hip pain is probably from your legs being misaligned. Which is why when these FA people, the fat acceptance people, they're like, oh, I don't have any of this pain. Or like when Ambi and Anna and all of them, they're like, oh, I don't have any pain. I'm like, bullshit, bitch. I can see how your legs are aligned. There's no way in hell you don't have some kind of pain. You've done pelvic floor therapy. Yeah, that's good stuff. Keeps your bladder strong. Oh, the being beaten with sticks to make yourself for the blood flow thing? The bloodletting part breaks it. You don't have to get bloodletted for cupping. My understanding. I don't know what the fuck they are doing up there. But they have been doing it all fucking day, and I am about ready to go upstairs and ask them to stop because it is getting to be obnoxious. Oh, is that what they are? Hemiplegic migraines? Oh, is that what they are? Yeah, nothing fucking helps. Nothing helps those. Oh, okay. It sure as fuck sounds like they're bullying Idiot Witch. You're just abusing the fact that now you know Dolce does massage. Dolce said this before. And cupping without bloodletting and without fire. Ooh, how do you do it without fire? I don't want to reveal too much, but I have gone places where they do the cupping stuff and it's not for therapeutic reasons. But anyway, they don't do the blood part, but I've seen them do it with the fire. I've never seen them not do it without fire, so I didn't know you could. It does look... No, I'm not going to lie. It doesn't look like something I would enjoy. So... All right, you guys are talking about juicy stuff over there. I'm going to go back to
One
this.
study I looked at used a sham laser therapy in their control group. They used what they call commercially available lasers, which I have to assume means laser pointers. The researchers did attempt to make the fake laser therapy seem legitimate. They had both the therapist and the patient wear safety goggles to give the impression that the lasers were powerful, and they put binders of information about laser therapy in the room. But let's be so for real, I can't believe everyone in the control group was fooled by this. To the researchers' credit, they recognize this. They say, quote, the present study's results indicate that the fascial intervention's experience seemed more convincing for participants than the laser intervention, leading to significant differences in credibility and expectancy ratings in our study, end quote. In other words, the subjects of the study were more convinced that the myofascial release therapy was legitimate. And I feel like the whole point of a placebo is that it seems just as legitimate as the experimental treatment. If the control group isn't buying it, they might not get as much of a placebo effect. A couple of other studies used a fake ultrasound treatment as a placebo, which sounds better to me. Real ultrasound can be a legitimate treatment for chronic pain. But another study just had the placebo therapist place their hands in the same areas that the MFR therapist did, but with no movement. Again, who is buying that? If the therapist is not actually massaging or stretching you in any way, how would that treatment work? Thoughts and prayers? Placebos and blinding are extremely important to this process. We need to be able to prove that a treatment does work beyond the placebo effect. And as I'm starting to realize, sometimes...
Night, Peanut Butter Cocoa Dude, thanks for stopping by.
Coming up with an adequate placebo is difficult. It is not a very well-regulated process. Now, what I'm not saying is that we should dismiss these studies entirely and conclude that MFR doesn't work. I'm just saying that some of these studies don't seem sufficient to make any kind of definitive claims. The next step is to work out the flaws and also replicate the studies with larger sample sizes. Because another flaw is that, generally speaking, the sample sizes in most of these studies is quite small. One of the most compelling studies I could find compared myofascial release to various conventional physical therapy methods. In this study, both MFR and conventional PT did improve neck pain, but MFR...
Night, Elisa. I'm sorry about scarring you about kneecaps. So... Silicone cups. That makes sense. Never mind. That makes a lot of sense. My little cats find laser points. My cats definitely find it to be a form of exercise.
MFR did perform about 20% better than PT, at least for the short period of time that was observed. That's at least a good start, though again, it was a pretty small study that needs to be replicated. Not to mention, all that study suggested was that MFR might improve neck pain better than traditional PT. It didn't look into all the other claims from that huge list from John Barnes' website. But there's one glaring problem with these studies that really puzzled me. They don't say whether these patients are specifically suffering from fascial restrictions. Subjects were usually chosen based on where and how they experience chronic pain. But if MFR is supposed to work by releasing the restrictions in the fascia, don't the subjects need that diagnosis first? Well, turns out that's a whole other can of worms.
Myofascial restrictions and trigger points.
I should mention that John Barnes wasn't the first person to theorize that the fascia plays a huge role in chronic pain. One of the most famous proponents of general myofascial therapy was Dr. Janet Travell, personal physician to President John F. Kennedy. Starting around the 1940s, Dr. Travell researched and published on the concept of myofascial trigger points, which are thought of as knots or nodules in the myofascial tissue that may cause pain or referred pain in other areas, which sounds to me like a similar concept to restrictions. The first person to coin the term myofascial release was an osteopath named Robert Ward in 1960. Coincidentally, John Barnes also created his myofascial release technique in 1960, but his techniques are much different than Robert Ward's, and both are different from Dr. Travell's. Robert Ward myofascial release involves very deep tissue massage. John Barnes myofascial release, as you probably noticed, is much gentler. Like I said, it's mostly sustained stretching. Dr. Travell pioneered the use of several treatments that are still in use today, including dry needling, which is kind of like an aggressive acupuncture. There's a lot of controversy surrounding dry needling and a lot of disagreement about whether it can be compared to acupuncture or not. Dr. Travell argued that
I don't care what it is, it's never going to happen to me. All right, I need to go to the little girl's room real fast. And I'm going to mute my mic while I'm up. So please behave yourself, Allie, in the chat, Allie. Oh, all right. My eyes are killing me, so here we are. Lord and Savior. No, but the lights need to be turned off for a little while, so. What do you want the rest of my fancy feast? It's Mediterranean melody? Oh, that's what I was doing. Here. You want to sit in your chair or you want to look cute? One at a time. Okay. There you go. All right, we are back. This was my own fault. On the deck. Big thing. Yeah, he's adorable. Till he's not. Thinking about taking improv classes as a way to think creatively on my feet better. I think it'll just make me more feral and chat. I don't know. Feral chat. Mm-hmm. Improv classes are supposed to be good for you. Aww. Aw. We're finding wild kittens. That's so sweet. Everybody's saying hi to you. You don't even know it. Alright, back to this.
Acupuncture needles were too thin to treat myofascial trigger points, so she used hypodermic needles instead. But nothing is injected into the body, hence the term dry needling. A lot of people still promote dry needling to this day, though reviews are mixed. Makes me a little queasy to think about, so let's move on. All three of these techniques are quite different, but they rely on the same theory. Specific points of irritability in the fascia cause pain or referred pain in other areas. The only problem with that theory is that there isn't a concrete definition of what myofascial trigger points or restrictions actually are, or how to diagnose them. John Barnes doesn't shy away from that fact either. He says on his website, and I've heard him say in other places, quote, myofascial restrictions can produce tensile pressures of approximately 2,000 pounds per square inch on pain-sensitive structures that do not show up in many of the standard tests, end quote. After reading that, I had a couple of questions. Number one, if you can't detect the restrictions with tests, how do you know they're there? I've seen John Barnes suggest that a seasoned myofascial release therapist can feel the restrictions.
Without sliding, the first give you feel is the elastic and muscular component. You then come to a dead halt. That will be the collagenous barrier. We wait there, give it time. And eventually, somewhere around 90 to 120 seconds or longer, as the release occurs, it kind of feels like butter melting. And the sacrum kind of starts to open like a ratchet. You just follow it as you continue with your body weight to pull toward their feet.
I mean, color me skeptical. Because if something is so obvious that a human being can feel it with their hands, how on earth can you not detect that on any kind of test? Once again, I am not a medical professional, so I wondered if there were any tests for other problems
920 seconds is a little specific. I'm just, putting it out there.
In the fascia. And yes, there are. Ultrasound and MRI can detect things like fascial lesions, tears, and adhesions. Alright, so that would mean whatever John Barnes is calling restrictions are not those. It seems that restriction is just a general term for fascial tightness or tenderness. But we have no tests or imaging, no solid proof that these exist in the way that John Barnes describes them. And the same can be said for myofascial trigger points. They're often described as knots or nodules in the muscle that are typically diagnosed by feel. There has been imaging that suggests there could be something there that corresponds to the palpable nodule, but these findings are inconsistent, and there's still no consensus about what exactly a trigger point is or how it should be diagnosed. It's even more complicated because people can have muscle knots without chronic pain, and people can have chronic muscle pain without knots as well. So the question currently debated in the medical field is, are these trigger points knots in the muscle, and do those knots in the muscle cause pain? And I recognize that even acknowledging that there is a debate is extremely controversial. Plenty of physical therapists and osteopaths and other professionals, not to mention people suffering with chronic pain, swear by trigger points or restrictions. They say they can feel the knots in the myofascial tissue, the knots cause the pain, and common myofascial treatments targeting those work. Maybe they're right. Unfortunately though, the theory does have quite a few problems. And to repeat, in no way am I suggesting that myofascial pain isn't real. I just think we don't have enough evidence that the pain is caused by these poorly described trigger points.
I think it's the fact that it's more trigger point debate in a future video. I think it's the point that, like, it's so vaguely described and there's not a hard definition. The thing with science is we like a nice definition. Like we like a description that can be reproduced, right? We don't like vagueness. Yes, science will always say, I don't know, or nothing can be 100%, but we do like things to be like, this is copper. How do I know it's copper? Because I can test it and it will come back with the qualities that I have assigned to the element copper, right? This is not copper because if I test it, it does not come back with the qualities that I have assigned to copper, right? The trigger point sounds like it doesn't have those defined qualities. It sounds like it's kind of all over the place. And so that's why it's a problem. There's no, this is a definitive trigger point versus this is not a definitive trigger point, you know? And yes, Ali is apparently a hashtag now.
Now I have to acknowledge what a lot of people familiar with this are probably screaming at their screens. You're conflating myofascial trigger points.
Yes, statistical significance. If I can't measure something, I can't tell you how significant it is.
And myofascial restrictions.
Chapstick.
Maybe, but trigger points and restrictions are both such vague and similarly described terms. I've seen trigger points referred to as knots in the myofascial tissue, whereas restrictions seem to refer to tightness or stiffness instead, except when that's not the case. I've also seen therapists refer to trigger points as taut bands in the muscle, and I've seen therapists call restrictions knots or adhesions. A lot of people who promote the trigger point theory also believe there is a range of trigger points, from latent to acute. I assume that what John Barnes calls restrictions could fall within that range. I felt like since this concept was the very foundation of myofascial release therapy, I needed to understand the arguments for and against. A lot of the arguments against myofascial trigger points could also be applied to restrictions. You can't detect them with imaging, practitioners are just supposed to feel them out, and one of the biggest pieces of evidence that they exist in the way they're described is that the pain is supposed to improve with these targeted treatments.
So I can't see it. I just have to trust that it's there. And the only way to prove that it was there is that it got better after I treated it. And I have a dragon in my... and there's an invisible teapot that rotates around the sun. Okay. Hang on, I got a cat here up my nose. Yeah, I wonder where that came from.
My takeaway is if the commonly accepted concept of myofascial trigger points is merely a hypothesis,
Trigger point
that would mean
warning.
we have even less
I thought you went to bed, Kane.
evidence of restrictions, if they're even something different at all. And the main reason I have to look at arguments for and against trigger points rather than restrictions is because basically the only sources I could find even defining restrictions are MFR websites. This term is very specific to John Barnes' method, and to me it feels like an issue that we have so little evidence of the very foundation of the practice.
It is an issue because it's very specific and it has no definition, and even within the very specific group of people that are using this, there is no definition.
That's unfortunate, but again, I wouldn't say that means we have to discard MFR. There are plenty of treatments that we can try without hard evidence. At this stage, I would call the evidence behind the various myofascial therapies soft evidence, if you will. Okay, so that sort of answers my first question.
I refuse to use that term. Yeah, what Pat says. I did. I just didn't turn the stream off. Yeah, that's fair. Pat says that's the fast track for quacks to blame patients for not experiencing the promised subjective changes. Yeah, exactly. Oh, well.
How do you know
It's moving the goalpost is what it is.
restrictions exist if you can't test for them? I think at this
Yeah,
point I'm willing
exactly.
to accept the concept of restrictions, even if that concept is more of a useful metaphor. It troubles me then that the founder of myofascial release, John Barnes, feels so comfortable telling us not only exactly what he thinks restrictions are, but how they affect the body.
What do restrictions do?
So, according to John Barnes,
Woo! Look at that. Love that hoodie.
all of those conditions he listed on his website are related to restrictions, or tight areas of fascia. As a refresher, John claims myofascial restrictions can produce tensile pressures of approximately 2,000 pounds per square inch on pain-sensitive structures. This is a figure he and his followers quote often, 2,000 pounds per square inch.
2,000 pounds per square inch.
What does that mean? That is a very uncomfortable. That does. There's a lot happening in this picture, and none of it makes me happy.
2,000 pounds per square inch. That's 2 full-grown horses staying on nerve.
Up to 2,000 pounds per square inch. It's crushing pressure.
Up to 2,000 pounds per square inch. Crushing pressure.
This pressure, believe it or not, which is approximately 2,000 pounds per square inch.
He often compares that pressure to 2 horses standing on a nerve. If that's the case, then yeah, I can understand why these people are suffering. My second question is just, how do you know? I felt like this figure must correlate to a specific study or accepted finding. Naturally, I Googled it, as you do. And, well, allow me to take you on the journey.
All right. I was what Race Pat says reminds me of when I delayed treatment for PTSD because I listened to an acupuncturist who believed in energy healing and told me I was experiencing what I was experiencing couldn't be treated by a Okay, well that was your first red flag. I was already blaming myself, so I became hopeless. Never would make that mistake again. But these kind of quacks can really work over vulnerable people. Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm glad you figured that out. I mean, that sucks, and I hate that that happened to you. But yeah, that's. I think my partner's home. Hang on, real fast. I'm trying to look at where we're at here. We've made it through a half hour. I think we might finish this section that we're in. Seeing how long it takes me to get through a section. I think we might finish up this section What restrictions? Come on, mouse. Where we at? What do restrictions do? Oh, I don't know. Some of these sound really good. John F. Barnes, founder of Myofascial Release. John Barnes hates intellectuals but wants to be one so badly. Boy, that is like the literal description of every pseudoscientist ever. Did you behave yourselves while I was gone? Do I need to put Allie in a corner? What are you cleaning? Are you resurfacing your floor? Watching some good friends scream, "Let me out! Let me out! Let me out!" What are you guys doing? Oh, it's caps lock singing. Allie's putting on a concert. All right, good to know. It just gets more frustrating. Hey, Dainty Bush showed up. And Chicken made it. Anybody else sneak in while I was out? I merely suggested going feral. All right, well, when I see Allie pop up, I'm just going to put Allie in a corner. They must be, Ruby. I don't know what the hell they're doing up there. It's just loud. Like, it's loud. I'm surprised you guys can't hear it. My noise gate must be working really, really well. All right, anyway, we're going to go through this section. The world is my corner. Damn it. Anyway. If it gets a little bit darker, I'll turn the lights back on, but... Or maybe I won't. Maybe we'll just sit in the dark. Get a snapshot of my world. It is a little dark. Anyway. Let's do this section. We'll see how we're doing. You did hear a thump. All right, well...
Looked up 2,000 pounds per square inch fascia, or something like that, and what I found were quite a few myofascial release websites making this claim, including several by John Barnes himself, but no actual studies. Already off to a wonderful start. Through a convoluted series of searches, I did eventually find an article that included a citation. It was on a website called Dragonfly Qigong, and Qigong is apparently a Chinese meditation practice. Apologies for my poor pronunciation.
Let me show you the proper way to pronounce it. Qigong.
This article called Fascia.
Sorry, that was funny. Let me show you the proper way to pronounce it. That's funny.
Qigong was written by someone named Sifu Steve Green.
Hell yeah, you always know that they're gonna be fountain of ancient knowledge. In A, they name themselves Sifu, and secondly, his name is Steve Green, and he's about as white as I am. Also, there's a donkey in the background. What the fuck are you doing, my dude? I have seen several forms of Kung Fu, and that doesn't look like any of them.
So it turns out this 2,000 pounds per square inch figure was actually rounded up from the true figure, which is 1977.04.
According to Katake, can't read it. Department of Anatomy and Kyoto Prefectural University of Medicine, in his paper, The Strength for Tension and Bursting of Human Fascia, the tension and bursting tests were undertaken in the... God, I can't... Welcome to being old. The iliotibial tract fascia latae. Removed from 4 fresh cadavers of the 3rd decade, the following results were obtained. Maximum tensile load per 1 centimeter wide of the fascia of the lower limb is 10.9 take 1.1 kg direction parallel to the fibers at the iliotibial tract. However, it corresponds to 2.1 times as strong as the above. The tensile strength of the fascia in general is 1.39, give or take 0.14 km, I don't know, millimeter? Where? for the direction parallel to fibers in such special cases as the iliotibial tract. However, it corresponds to 1.6 times as strong as the above. Did he actually know what the fuck he was writing down here? Because I don't know what they're talking about. And I studied the human body for like 2 semesters. I'm not a doctor. Anyway, it corresponds to blah, 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 blah. Force per square centimeter equals 1,977.04 pound force per square inch. Ultimate elongation. The ultimate elongation of the fascia in general is 15.6, give or take 0.36% for the direction parallel to the fibers in such special case as the iliotibial tract. However, it corresponds to 4/5 above. So they've taken tendons out of cadavers, and from what I can tell, they're basically smashing and stretching these tendons to their max to find out how much tension this particular tendon from the iliotibial tract can take before it either bursts or rips. And these are the percentages that they came to find out how much, basically how much it takes to break the iliotendinal fascia. I vaguely know what that means. And of course, Dolce leaves us now. I'll catch you in Zal later. It's not Bigfoot, it's me. Alright, here's the link to Colin's video one more time since people are once again leaving us. So there's that, make it easier to find. It's called Distract with Enough Latin and Percentile Numbers. No one will question what you were writing about theory. Well, I mean, it sounds like he's quoting something out of an actual medical paper, but that doesn't mean they know what they're talking about. Yeah, dead bodies don't have opinions about pain. Well, I imagine if it's enough pressure and or tension to rip and or explode your tendon, I'm going to imagine you'll feel it. But I don't know if tendons have nerves. So if you don't have nerves, you won't feel that. So we just can't hear them screaming. Well, that's true. I mean, that's the other thing. Like, brain matter doesn't actually feel pain because there's no nerves. So, like, when you're like, oh, my migraine, your brain isn't actually hurting. It's all the other shit that hurts. But, so, but why? Collagen that makes up fascia is organized in a wavy fiber. So this is explaining what a fascia is. My brain is just basically turned. Tendinitis hurts, but is it because the tendon hurts or because the tissue around the tendon hurts? Migraines hurt. But it's not because the brain is hurting, it's because the tissue around the skull and the veins typically, or whatever, are inflamed.
Pounds per square inch, but that's fine. John Barnes did say approximately. It certainly didn't help my search any, though. I could go through this article itself, but I hope you'll forgive me for not taking an article by Sifu Steve Green, interspersed with clip art, as gospel, but
I wouldn't take Sifu Steve Green's article correct for what it's worth, but it would be interesting to see where he pulled those numbers from, because the way they look, it looks like he cut and pasted them out of an actual paper that was written, that came out of a out of a paper that came out of the Kyoto Prefecture University. So that's enough to track it down, but it sounds like that was just an experiment from what I was reading. It sounds like that was just an experiment to see how much damage you could do to a tendon. Nerves are interwoven into tendons. All right, then I would assume, yes, that would probably hurt a lot. You just feel a slight pinch. I mean, you probably do. This is forcing me to study for my anatomy exam. I think the doctor in chat just pieced out. Apparently tendonitis is the same pain level as being shayish. Who, okay, first off, who has been shot and also had tendonitis in like a short amount of time, enough amount of time that they can be like, oh yeah, those are comparable. No, Sensei Steve, he teaches karate in the strip mall. Tendonitis hurts because the tendons itself is swollen and inflamed. It is the okay. Either way, there are nerves and tendons, so that means that it will hurt. Where did Windy Snow go? There you are. Amber broke. Oh, the bed about the broker. To be fair, Amber could have actually had a high fracture. That is a real thing. Did she actually have a high fracture? Up for debate. But what she did cite is a real injury that really could have happened. Okay, so all right. I mean, I don't know. I don't do fascia. I do bones. Bones don't have fascia. Well, I mean, they do, but not when I get to them. I don't do wet stuff. I do dry stuff. If there's wet stuff on it, I don't do it.
I will take your citation, sir. Thank you so much. Apparently, the study was by Kei Katake of the Kyoto Prefectural University of Medicine from 1961.
Okay, there we go. I found the year elsewhere. There you go. So he did reverse it.
So. The paper is called The Strength, Retention, and Bursting of Human Fascia. Perfect. Now let's look up the paper.
Perfect. That typing is very ASMR for me. The bursting strength. That's the AI. I don't trust the AI. Oh no. Wait, what? No, that had a name that it came out of. No, that's the AI. No, I refuse. No, that's the AI overview. You're looking at the AI overview. No, he didn't. He scrolled down. No, that's just the first. Okay, the first result. No. What he's showing is the first result. Which the problem is the first result for him searching. Okay. Right.
Friends, when I tell you I did some major digging looking for any other source of this paper, I think it complicates things that this was a Japanese study, and it's very possible that my American English Googling just won't cut it. I tried searching the university's website and Japanese medical journals. I couldn't even manage to find out who Kei Katake was.
Well, you'd have to do it Katake K first. Let's see what we can do. Let's see. My Japanese is terrible, by the way. Okay, we'd have to come home, probably doctor. Okay, back some. He did everything right. Why is Brave being a dick? And, quotes around it. Advertise. ResearchGate, Keikataka's research works, Kyoto, Danny, Red Cross Hospital. Keikatake, 24 research works with 50 citations, 100 reads. Kawasaki Medical School anatomy class. Let's see what we can find here. Kyoto Prefectural University of Medical Department of something word I don't know how to pronounce. You are not who I'm looking for. Look, just because they have a K in front of their name does not mean that that is who they are. Yes, I am a human. Don't know how me clicking that little box. Anshan? Seriously? It was a 1960 because he looked it up. Nine, 7, 5. Nothing goes past that. But I found the guy. Yeah. Anshan Jahav. I've never seen that before. Contact him. I'm trying to log. What am I logging? I mean, yeah. Oh my god. Whatever. I found the dude. I can probably find an actual contact without having to go through fucking ResearchGate. Apparently ResearchGate is being a gatekeeper. He was. Oh, here he is. LinkedIn. It's a woman. If this is the right person. No. Okay, apparently LinkedIn is down. Anyway. Oh well. I'll do some more digging on that and send it to Colin if I find it. But the SciShow channel just posted a video about skeleton found in a well that's been there 800 years. Ooh, I'm impressed it's still there, honestly. How you get the ring. Do they want the ring? Yes. Hey, Tangerine. You're one of the rings I've asked you about too. The glare in my glasses. Yeah, well. Get to the box. Alright, well. It comes to Ambi. I'll do a little bit more digging because it looks like I'm onto something, but I'll send it to Colin if and when I find a better contact for it because I think I found it. And from the ResearchGate papers, it looks like it's probably the right person, but the papers didn't go that far back to the date that he had, and I didn't find something with the right name. But I'm on to something. But anyway, let's continue with this. That was enough of a sidetrack, I think.
Paper.
Oh, sorry, we already did this.
When I tell you I did some major digging looking for any other source of this paper, I think it complicates things that this was a Japanese study, and it's very possible that my American English Googling just won't cut it. I tried searching the university's website and Japanese medical journals. I couldn't even manage to find out who Keikatake was. What does the K stand for? The world may never know. So my question is then,
Kanchan, apparently.
where did John get this? Why is it that the only English copy I can find is on his website? And besides that, just look at it. Look at what's actually there when I click the link. Forgive me, Keikatake, but this is not a study. It is a single page of findings with...
Well, okay, first off, if this looks like cut and paste. This doesn't look like the actual summary. Because that's not how you list a paper. This isn't what a paper looks like. This isn't even what a white paper looks like. And Colin knows that. So, which is kind of why he's going off.
With no methodology, no analysis or discussion of the data, nothing. These figures apparently came from studying 4 cadavers, but we don't know how they got these numbers. How did they measure strength and tension? Are these figures averages? Are there any outliers? I mean, if you can have outliers when you have 4 subjects in your study.
Well, there was no AI chat back then.
I really have no way to know if this is the entire paper, since this is the only place I can find it, on John Barnes' website. But as frustrating as this whole enterprise was, I actually don't think this paper matters at all. Let's take a step back. What was the original claim by John Barnes? Myofascial restrictions can produce tensile pressures of approximately 2,000 pounds per square inch.
After we've gone down that rabbit hole, what were we doing again?
And the only source I can find for that claim is this supposed study. But it doesn't even say that. The almost 2,000 pounds per square inch refers to the general tensile strength of the fascia, how much force it can withstand before it breaks, and that's just assuming these findings are correct. So how can John extrapolate that figure to make his claims? We can't even test for restrictions, so how can we know how many pounds of pressure they produce? Also, forgive me if I'm just ignorant, but how can fascia within the human body exert the same amount of pressure as cadaver fascia stretched out to the point of breaking? It just...
Wait, so paper that he's referring to, and the reason why it didn't look right, Allie, is because that's just not what academic papers look like. It's we've seen academic papers, and that's not what they look like. Names are listed out differently. There's a title to the paper. That's not even what a white paper is. White papers are usually just like a quick, here's what I've got so far. And even those have a format to them. And that's not the format. But anyway, the little quotes that we were reading there, we're talking about applying force to the tissue to see what it takes to burst and rip the tissue outside of the body. They were removed from the cadaver and force was applied to the fascia outside of the body. John Barnes sounds like he's claiming the tissue inside the body, the fascia itself, is creating that tension, that pressure. So the fascia is creating enough tension itself to burst itself? That's John Barnes's claim? Based on a study that wasn't looking at that whatsoever? That was looking at dead tissue outside of the body that was having pressure applied to it? The study was looking at how durable the tissue was. It was not looking at how much pressure the tissue could create. Hey now, hey. Just because these glasses have a slight yellow tinge to them doesn't mean I can't tell when, okay, maybe that's a slight pink, whatever.
Just doesn't add up to me. So why do all of these MFR and MFR adjacent websites reference this? They also aren't able to provide the source. I mean, a few of them do cite this paper, which is clearly problematic, but quite a few just state the 2,000 pounds per square inch figure.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that the sites are, because one of the issues that you find with pseudoscience a lot is that they will just kind of quote each other. You'll find, that's a perfect face to freeze on. You will find that one site will refer back to another site, that'll refer back to another site, that'll refer back to another site, that will refer back to the original site, and it just kind of goes in a circle. But what you'll also find is one site will refer to a paper, and then all of the other sites will refer to that originating site, but also refer to the paper that comes off of that site. But it's clear that they've never done anything with that paper. They're just citing all of the citations that came off of that original website, right? They're not actually looking at the sites, or they're not actually looking at any of the sources. They're just relisting them all as if they had. So what's happening is people aren't actually looking for this paper. They're not actually reading this paper on their own, or else somebody somewhere would have a copy of it. But they're just relisting this paper that someone has found, that John Barnes has found. And since everybody's just taking John Barnes as an authority, they're just listing these citations out as if they are themselves authority, right? And this goes back to me saying, we were talking about Karen Herbst and the whole, like, why it's not good to be the only name in a field. This kind of shit happens too, because John Barnes is the only name in this field, right? So his adherents, they're not checking his citations. They're just assuming they are correct and just regurgitating them over and over and over again, right? Anyway. What's happening? So as the tendon shortens, yes, it can over time cause a separation from the bone because it is getting unused, i.e. our girls would suffer from this lack of physical activity. Yes, but would only stretch that far if the limb is ripped off. Yeah, they got Hannah's advice for citing sources. Well, it only works, the source being well, okay, anyway. The tendon will shorten due to atrophy or lack of use, so you do have to purposefully stretch the afflicted tendon. That's going to be a different thing, though, because they're looking at this. You're talking about atrophy. They were not talking about atrophy. They were talking about, they didn't mention atrophy in the tendons. They were, from the sounds of it, using non-atrophied. I mean, it's dead tissue, so there's that, but we can assume that they took it out of... That's why we need to see the whole goddamn study, though. We need to know how fresh the bodies were. This sounds terrible. But anyway, they didn't mention that the tissue was atrophied. It could be that it was left out. But yeah, the atrophy to the tendons probably does change things, and I would assume it... And the atrophy would actually lessen how much it would take to rip and or burst the tendon. So, he's saying the 2,000 pounds of pressure here. I mean, if it's atrophied, one would assume, I'm assuming, I have nothing to prove this, that if it takes 2,000 pounds to burst non-atrophied tissue, that it would only take like 1,000 to burst atrophied tissue. the PSI needed to cause separation, but again, we are missing right, exactly. We don't know, again, why we need to see the actual paper. What if the bodies were all 100 when they died? That's the problem, Ruby. We don't know. That's why we need to see the whole paper. We can make assumptions, but we're just assuming. You can't link real papers because then people will know you manipulated and twisted what it says. Oh, that's what's happening. Here's the thing, though. Like, he traces it back to this Sifu Steve Green, or whatever the hell the dude's name was. That guy doesn't seem to have a motive for this. Like, he looks like he's just trying to be a Sifu. And seafood. So he doesn't look like he's got an agenda like John Barnes does, right? So, and that guy's listing this shit out. I don't know. Anyway. The mystery deepens. This paper's going to drive me nuts, just letting you guys know.
As if it's fact, with no citation at all. It seems to me that this has been a decades-long game of telephone. It's been repeated and spread so often that people just accept it as fact. This whole wild goose chase was incredibly irritating, and unfortunately I was in public when I was unfolding all of this. Apologies to everyone else in that cafe that probably saw me making this face. But like I said, the paper itself isn't even that important. What concerns me is the claim, who originally made the claim, and why he made the claim. It became increasingly clear to me the more I looked into MFR that I needed to more closely examine the founder, John F. Barnes. How did he come up with myofascial release in the first place, and how did he come to make all of these claims?
John F. Barnes, founder of myofascial release.
Alright, so I may have buried the lead a bit.
Brick wall.
I love a twist. But considering this entire...
Buried the lead a bit. It's 36 minutes into the video, Colin, and you're just now telling us who John Barnes is?
Practice is traced back to one guy. I'm sure a lot of you saw this coming. You probably noticed I have never referred to John F. Barnes as Dr. Barnes, because he's not, but he is a licensed physical therapist. He actually worked as a conventional physical
he's
therapist
from Malvern.
Before coming up.
No! Is he really?
Buried the lead a bit. I love a twist. But considering this entire practice is traced back to one guy, I'm sure a lot of you saw this coming. You probably noticed I have never referred to John F. Barnes as Dr. Barnes, because he's not, but he
he's from Malvern. That's funny. Of course he is. Of course he is.
He is a licensed physical therapist. He actually worked as a conventional physical therapist before coming up with this technique and starting his own practice. He's in his 80s now, but he's still
it's fine. I'm not really criticizing him for burying
the story
the
of how
lead.
he discovered myofascial release is kind of wild. I've watched and listened to several interviews he's given, and he usually tells his story in all of them.
I kind of stumbled into all this because of my own back problems. I had been an athlete. I had run track, played football, swam. I was a weightlifter.
And I had been an athlete when I was younger, and I played football, and I ran track. I skied, and I swam, I drove motorcycles. And,
stretch and sit up straight.
Competitive weightlifting, competitive karate. Basically, I love motion and I love competition.
I was an athlete when I was younger, and I used to run a lot and play football.
We do, though.
I ran track, I threw the shot put, I skied, I drove motorcycles. I got involved in competitive karate. And
Our hockey mascot is named Gritty. Do you really need me to, like, defend this statement, Kim?
Weightlifting. And basically, I love motion, I love competition. And in my teens, I had fallen with over 300 pounds and severely injured my back.
And one day I went down to work out, and there was nobody in the gym. And I was doing squats with somewhere over 300 pounds. And I got to the point where I couldn't get up. I had nobody to help me. So I'd been a gymnast when I was younger. So I thought I'd just do a back roll. But when you have a 300-pound bar in your hands, the hands don't let go. So I crashed into the ground with tremendous force, and I ruptured the disc at L5, that's the lower back area. I ripped a lot of ligaments. And I laid there totally stunned. And I felt numb from the waist down. And I had to crawl out of the gym. I laugh at it now, but it was horrible, you know.
And I went down to the gym one day to work out, and there was nobody there to spot me. And I was squatting somewhere over 300 pounds, and I couldn't get up after a while.
AKA, I was stupid one day, and I went down and did a thing that I knew was stupid, and I fucked around, and I found out.
So I've been a gymnast when I was younger, so I thought I'd just do a back roll, get out of it. Again, when you have a 300-pound bar in your hands don't let go. So I landed very forcibly on my sacrum lumbar area. I ripped some of the ligaments, I herniated the disc at L5.
Don't give Anna ideas. This dude would be perfect for Anna's podcast. Well, there you go, Kim. There you go. PA has some interesting and colorful people in its history.
I lay there totally stunned, pretty much numb from the waist down. Couldn't move. Eventually, the numbness started to wear off, and then the pain began. My legs started to slowly move again. I had to crawl out. It's funny, going back, I think it's funny now, but
John goes on to explain that he did get spinal fusion surgery, and it did help at first, but he still experienced pain.
And it was sort of my attempt, my struggle, basically, to
There are a lot of people who are not necessarily Flyers fans, but they are huge fans of. I think the city itself has just adopted Gritty as just like their unofficial city mascot. You would think it would be the Eagles, but you would be wrong. But anyway. By the way, go Birds. I don't know if you know, but we won the Super Bowl. I don't know if you know that.
to help myself. Unfortunately, traditional physical therapy and ultimately surgery had failed me, and I had to help myself.
Because he's stupid, Ruby. That's kind of where this is going. Nights Grow. Did I miss it? Oh, that's
somehow.
Sorry.
And I tried every form of therapy known to mankind, and nothing helped us, temporary results. So he suggested I see an orthopedic surgeon to get a spinal fusion. So I went and I got the surgery. The fusion did help, but I was still in a lot of pain. I still couldn't really move that well.
at that point also,
Bye, Tangerine. Thanks for stopping by.
I'd had spinal surgery. My back pain had become unbearable.
Not
I still started to move that well.
He talks a lot about how he loved competitive sports, and obviously he couldn't do that anymore after the injury or after the surgery. That injury was part of the reason he decided to become a physical therapist, and he regularly performed treatments on himself to try to improve his symptoms.
So out of total desperation, really, I started to treat myself, and I did that on the living floor. And so was my low back area. So laying on the living floor, I started pushing into that area. But I was still very strong. I was trying to bull my way through. And over time, I learned to be more gentle. And over time, I learned if I waited longer, that I was starting to get a dramatic turnaround in my pain, my ability to move again. As I treated myself, I was having these strange sensations. They were far away from the origin insertion of muscle the way I was trained in anatomy. And I started to realize that maybe what I was dealing with was the fascial system, but I hadn't had much training in school.
It sounds to me like John's discovery was a happy accident, or more like an educated accident. He already had a foundation of physical therapy, but he says he let his intuition guide him into this technique.
I go back to when I used to treat
Let your
myself.
intuition guide you.
So what I didn't tell you was
Use
that
the
one night,
force, John
my back was really
Bond.
hurting bad. And I was laying on
Use
my
the
back. I was laying on my belly, and I put my hand back on my sacrum, which is a lower
Needs to
body.
pull the Kaiser internet connection.
I got surgery at then. And I started to move spontaneously. And the pain was building and it felt almost electric. And I was getting
You move spontaneously.
scared I might injure myself.
Like spasming? You started having spasms? Isn't that bad?
I was about to take my hand off when I heard my intuition say to me, wait until it releases. Now, I had great trust in my intuition, as most of us did when we were very young. But again, school kind of beat out our intuition.
Your intuition told you to go deadlift or go squat 300 pounds without a spotter. Oh, putting that out there.
So I listened to my intuition.
That's something John values above all else, intuition. I personally wouldn't call that the best way to develop a treatment, but I know John would have some things to say about that. We'll get there. Since John was a practicing physical therapist, he tried his new technique on his clients, and he started developing a more concrete theory behind how and why it works. The theory of myofascial release is pretty straightforward. If restrictions in your fascia cause pain and other symptoms, you need to relax or release these restrictions. MFR is pretty unique in that it seems to be more patient-guided than practitioner-guided. The therapist is just kind of a facilitator. They may guide the patient by moving and stretching them in certain ways, but from what I can tell, oftentimes the patient is encouraged to move intuitively, like John did when he discovered the technique. The practitioner's job is to support the patient and eliminate the factor of gravity so that the patient can stretch in whatever way they need to.
Maybe you want to try this yourselves. You can stand or sit. And as you stretch, just notice within...
Sorry. Is it the point? Is it the point to like edit? Never mind. Yeah, well, he just decided to go, squat that one day because that sounded like I mean, I'm not dissing people who want to go squat 300 pounds. He did it without somebody to spot him in a gym by himself. So after the inevitable happened, he then had to lay there by himself because no one came to check on him because no one knew he was there. So eventually, apparently, he just crawled out of the gym. Can you imagine? Stretch in a pool, man. I don't know. I'm gonna turn the lights back on. Hang on. God, now we're all blinded again. Oh, one of them was a scarecrow. No, it's a woman. What is that? Top of the world. I'm king of the world.
And that stretches emotion. It's almost like you're beginning to fall into space. That's your direction of ease. Trust it. Go with it. So pretend like you're telescoping or elongating. and allow your body, your spine, your head, your neck to go wherever it feels right. And there'll be times when you stop, and when you stop, that's where the restriction is. Your body knows where it is. So your body-mind complex can really take care of you with these techniques, and you stop and wait until you get that sense of elongation.
This is a family channel. It's not, but let's pretend like it is for a minute. I'm just saying that reach behind could have gone a couple different ways.
Like butter melting or taffy stretching. You never force. This is not something you're consciously doing except the stretch part. You let the deeper part of you take care of yourself now.
She
It's very
just like at
graceful.
some
It's like
point
a
just
form
like
of dance in a way.
backhand him
Sounds
just because.
pretty unusual, but if it works, it works. But
Whatever.
does it work? It's hard to say. Like I said before, a lot of the scientific papers I found on MFR are just systematic reviews of other very limited studies. Most of them find MFR promising for some chronic pain conditions, but they point to a lack of larger studies and mixed results from the studies we do have. So while I can't say that MFR doesn't work, I also can't say that it does.
And here's the thing: if MF, there's words. There's people who are willing to say that the studies that look at MFR show that there might be use for MFR with chronic pain, but does it show that the uses of MFR for chronic pain are better than the current things that they do for chronic pain? I don't have chronic pain. The things that they do for chronic pain already, like if there's a limited number of studies, I would assume there's a limited amount of data. So how would you evaluate if it is better than current treatments for chronic pain? So how would you evaluate if it's good for chronic pain or not over what is currently being done, right? Yeah, just like hiking, you don't lift weights unless someone knows where you are and is spotting you.
We don't have scientific consensus yet.
Much
Most
touching.
of the evidence we have is purely anecdotal. And I have no problem with anecdotal evidence as a starting point. You can't have a study without a hypothesis. But a lot of these anecdotes I've seen are so passionate and insistent.
Dainty bush. Not
that
reading that out
myofascial
loud.
release is the solution to so many different problems, to the point that they promote it over conventional medicine. And naturally, no one promotes it harder than the founder of myofascial release himself, John Barnes.
To be fair, though, BJ Puck, we have all had that sensation. That is the release of chronic pain.
What I find so fascinating about John Barnes is that while most scientists would prioritize empirical evidence over anecdotal evidence, John is very much the opposite.
There is an art to
And that shows you that it's pseudoscience, because pseudoscience always prioritizes anecdotal evidence over empirical evidence, because empirical evidence is usually not available in pseudoscience. So they fall back on anecdotal and what if stories and just so stories in order to try to invoke an emotional response from you. And that's how they try to prove their point, or to prove to you that they are real. And then you have people who believe aliens built the fucking pyramids.
this. Don't worry about it. You will get the feel. But take all pressure off yourself today to have to get the feel.
Very comfortable.
Just allow yourself to be quiet. As I said yesterday, this is a physical learning we're doing. It goes beyond intellectual learning. Just allow yourself to get it without worrying about it, and it'll come to you in its own way at your own pace. Even doing this mechanically, you're going to have superb results.
I need an adult.
But as you learn to tune into the feel, you become a true therapeutic artist. I don't know if the camera's picking it up, but under her chin, hyoid region, cheek,
Oh God, it's a woman. This makes me even even more uncomfortable.
you're getting very red. Vasomotor response. Always look for the vasomotor response. It's totally unpredictable. It's different with
Couldn't have anything to do with the fact that you're like crushing her diaphragm.
everybody every day. The body's lighting up like a Christmas tree. It's trying to get your attention. Say, treat me here. And wherever they had a sensation, as illogical as it may seem, treat those areas. Your left brain will say, what the hell does that have to do with the symptoms? If it's in their body, it has everything to do with it. We have to stop being linear. We've deprived ourselves of the wisdom of our body by trying to apply linear principles to a nonlinear system. Remember, it's so simple, your left brain will reject it. So just by
I had somebody one time try to convince me that the pyramids and the Sphinx and certain other obviously man-made structures were actually natural. They were naturally occurring structures, which is very strange to me, because normally people are trying to convince me that obviously naturally made structures are man-made. That was a new one. That guy was weird. But yeah, that was a new one for me.
bypass the left brain. Thank you.
Well, first of all, the concept of being right.
I was wondering where his other hand was, Faithful.
Right-brained or left-brained is nothing. Whether you're a more creative person or a more logical person is not determined by any hemisphere dominance in the brain. I'm sure John and I would get along swimmingly. Second
I want the two of you in a room together.
of all, wouldn't this imply that MFR is kind of unfalsifiable? If by definition MFR has to be intuitive and not logical in order to work, how would we be able to empirically test that? Well, according to John, scientific research isn't that important.
I had read this book. I had been using this book for about 3 years. I was super left-brained because I was finishing my doctorate. And
Look, man, there's no such thing. I'm going to piss somebody off here. There's no such thing as right brain, left brain, and there's no such thing as male brain, female brain. There just isn't. Fight me if you want. There just isn't.
and being a PT at the same time, and just, research. And John, you and I had this discussion about
You're
research.
welcome,
and you just
idiot
rolled your
witch.
eyes at me when I would talk about research when I first met you.
Let me back up a little bit. You mentioned research. See, what scientists don't look at is the meta paradigm, which is
Yeah, Pat,
if
that
consciousness
language is
doesn't matter,
not
then all
great.
the theories that emanate from that are built upon that as if it was a reality. I have great respect for researchers that build computers, bridges, architecture, on objects. But we're not an object. We're not a bunch of widgets to be stacked up and quantified. We have a consciousness. We cannot deny it.
Who was that AJ? AJ! It's quantum massage.
And unfortunately, by ignoring the consciousness, this is why most healthcare has been of temporary nature at best.
And it was at this moment that I said, oh, okay, I understand what we're dealing with here. Look, I hope I've demonstrated myself to be the type of person who gives people the benefit of the doubt. I really hope you think that, because I'm about to be very unkind to Mr. Barnes. As much as I wanted to believe
I need popcorn. Where's my popcorn?
that his mission was to help people, I no longer think that's the case. It's my opinion that John F. Barnes is completely and entirely full of shit.
John Barnes hates intellectuals, but wants to be one so badly.
That just sums up like so many pseudoscientific people. Like every pseudo-archaeologist I can think of that just replace John Barnes's name with theirs. It just like sums up so many people in the pseudo fields. I've not come across that in my brain, learning left and right thinking. It was a thing for a long time. It was believed that, I don't know where it came from, and I don't care. But there was this thought that like left brain people were more creative and right brain people were more logical. And then there was also the whole male female thing where female brains were more emotional and feeling and nurturing, and male brains are more logical and all the things female brains aren't, smart. Anyway, those things are not real. Dainty Bush says it's pretty sad because a lot of women don't feel heard. The regular doctors, so well, yeah, that is a thing, Dainty Bush. A lot of women do turn towards things like this because they don't feel heard at the doctors. There's a long history of women being misdiagnosed or not being taken seriously or being turned away or being abused at doctors' offices, simply for the fact because they have, boobs. I do wonder what the percentage of like trans women who suffer from a similar problem after transitioning is, because it's very much visual. It is very much a visual thing. Oh, you look like a woman, you must be hysterical, kind of a thing. Oh wait, what did Idiot Witch do? I missed it. What happened? Oh, welcome to the interns, Idiot Witch. I am so sorry I missed that. Wahaha. But yeah, so it's not, there's a reason why there's more women in like pseudo medicine and that kind of stuff, or alternative medicine, than there are men. Pat says his pattern of speaking is very emotionally manipulative. Yeah. Get him, Colin. We're not dealing with an Anna, Ruby. We're dealing with the people that convince people like Anna. This is the guy that convinces Anna that she's got no more burnable fat. Right? The failed leader, cult leader archetype, yeah. Yeah. His mission is to weirdly touch people. I mean, I was uncomfortable, and that was a training video. Boobs are the cause of all women's problems. Yeah. You either got too much of it or too little of it, or female and boobs. Oh, hey, Dulcie's back. Oh, you come back now? Now that we're not talking about fasciitis anymore, or whatever we were talking about. Why are the brainwashers not the brainwashies? Because you can't be brainwashed. You cannot be brainwashed and also brainwash. You have to brainwash people. You have to have intent in order to brainwash. Maybe you can have been brainwashed, but you have to be intentional to brainwash people. But here's the thing with cults. To become a cult leader, you only need like one true believer, right? Because that one true believer is the one that's going to go and convert everybody else, right? You don't have to actually believe any of the shit you're selling. You just need someone who believes that you do. And that person's going to be the one that converts everybody else. It happens a lot in my endometriosis circles. Yeah, there's people, women turn to a lot of stuff. And some of it's woo, some of it's not. Some of it's harmful, some of it's not. I don't have a problem with a lot of things as long as people aren't getting hurt. Like, I don't have a problem with people doing stretching and yoga and meditation and hot baths and sitting in salt caves and whatever. I don't give a shit about that stuff. Whatever. If it makes you feel better, knock yourself out. I do have problems with people doing stuff to like little kids and shit. Like, oh, this is going to help kids XYZ. Leave the kids alone. They're mostly cartilage anyway. Leave them alone. You know, stuff like that. It bugs me. People doing fucking crap to their animals. Leave your animals alone. It's that kind of stuff that I get a little itchy about. And when you start doing like extreme shit, that's when I get a little itchy. I get way itchy. The crap Anna's doing to herself right now, I'm just like, girl, like, what the fuck are you doing? But, you know, again, we fall back onto this whole, like, it's her body, I guess. I do find it hilarious and kind of cathartic that TikTok is pulling her videos because especially her surgery videos, because they believe that she's pushing surgery as a form of weight loss, and that's against their TOS or something like that. So I find that pretty, I don't know, cathartic's the word I guess I'm looking for. Anyway. Yeah, Dulce, yeah, I feel like a lot of women turn to a lot of stuff because the medical system doesn't take women's pain seriously. Yeah, I mean, it's true. It's studied. You can demonstrate it. One true believer case. Yeah, exactly. Anna. The one true believer. Yeah. You got Anna. Whether Anna actually truly believes or not, she's enough of a true believer that she is pushing it on her followers. And her followers are like, oh my God, I didn't even think about chopping whole chunks of myself off. Well, here you go. Here's a doctor who will do it for you. Come up with shit that Anna's been convinced of and then have the gall to solve it. Now, keep in mind, there's a chart here. There's a connective chart between this dude that we're talking about right now and the doctors that Anna is working with. This is a lineage chart here that Colin is putting together. John Barnes is working with Linda Kahn, who works with Karen Herbst, who works with Amron, closely with Amron. They work together. And Amron and Herbst are treating Anna. So there's a line here. There's a direct line between this dude and Anna. So there you go. It's all related. And Colin's just putting the pieces together before he rips into this dude. Excuse me. It's just because I don't have a dirty mind. It means you're not brainwashed. Column A, column B. Yeah, exactly. Con artist Linda Kahn. It was 6 degrees of lipedema. It was promoting a negative body type. Yeah, I wasn't exactly sure exactly what it got taken down for. I just saw her bitching about it. You can go all the way back to the witchcraft days. Women went to trying to heal themselves with natural causes. The men weren't helping them. Well, the funny part about that, when you go back to the midwife days, the midwifery, and the herbal days, women had a higher survival rate with midwives and witches when it came to birthing than they did with the male doctors, because men didn't know what the fuck they were doing, and they were killing they were inadvertently harming the mothers and the babies. But since, you know, men had control of society, they outlawed the midwifery for a while, and they branded all of the herbal women as witches. So that took a while. So, but now we have modern medicine, and now we've got this negative view of herbalism, and there's a good reason for a lot of it. So my dad always said, what's my dad say? What do they call an herb that, what do they call herbs that work? And they call them medicine. So implying that if an herb does work and it's been proven to work for the thing that it says that it's supposed to do, we call it medicine. So, because it's been studied and yada, yada, yada. Anyway. Anyhow. Woo-woo begets woo-woo. Yeah, exactly. Pat says this is how this shit works. Colin is providing a very valuable view of how cons entangle, especially vulnerable and desperate people in their webs. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's why I was saying, you know, back when we started watching this 3.5 hours ago. This is what you're watching with Colin's videos. You're watching the next big skeptic channel. You're watching the next big thing. Colin is filling in a void that I think has been missing in the skeptics community for a very long time. He's doing some really well-researched, well-presented content that just hasn't been around. It's just been missing in the skeptic community for a while. I think the skeptic community has a big asshole in it. And part of that is I just don't think the skeptics community is as driven as it used to be. I don't know. Maybe it's just not as, you know, fun to be a skeptic anymore, I guess. I don't know. But I think Colin is really filling that hole in nicely. I don't think he's the only person. I don't think he's going to be he's not going to completely fill the hole himself, but I think he's doing a good job of it. And he's definitely a good step in the right direction. And like I said, if he keeps this up, you're seeing the start, right? 2-3 years from now, everybody's going to know this guy. Well, in the skeptic community. That's why some wealthy women had worse outcomes, because they could afford doctors instead of midwives. Yeah. Some people, like, I know it's more popular in like Europe than it is here in the States to have a midwife and a doctor. I know doctors are still pretty required over there, but it is not uncommon to have a midwife. But I also know that midwifery over in like Europe is a lot more like regulated than it is here in the States. Yeah, hysteria comes from the idea that the uterus wanders around the body. Yes. Stupid uterus. Stupid uterus, what can it just wander its ass right on out? What is it good for? This is true. Oh, good old Victorians. Oh, you're having a bout of hysteria? Well, how about a vibrator? That is also true, BJ. I think that's the other thing here with Colin that I think some, especially like the new atheists, caused a huge rift in like the skeptic community, because the new atheists, as BJ put it, were big assholes as opposed to filling a big ass hole. Colin, though he is getting ready to rip into John Barnes, and we have seen him be spicy, Colin's not an asshole. So, and I think that's an important part, an important detail here. Like Colin is communicating. He's fair. You know, we pointed out earlier that he was like, well, maybe I'm being unfair because I'm skeptical of this person. That doesn't necessarily mean that I should be skeptical of MRF or MFR. I should look at this with a more open mind. That's how you should go into these things. And then, we go down rabbit holes. But, that's how you should do it. There's a difference between trying to fill the hole of skepticism and being an ass about it. Colin, in my opinion, right now, if he keeps up like this, he's not an asshole, right? He's approachable. He's friendly, that kind of a thing. He called me bestie, that kind of shit. Yes, the evil uterus. Well, okay, look, Pat, look. The uterus is evil. Anyway. The vibrator thing has been contested in recent years. What, that it was a real thing back then, or that it doesn't work now? Oh, the vibrator thing? Oh, yeah, I know. That was a Victorian thing. And he says, here it depends on the state. I've had midwives and they've had masters in nursing. Yeah, I want to say I have to double check with my partner, but I think my partner's, well, I guess she'd be my mother-in-law. I think she was studying to be a midwife, or she was a midwife, but it wasn't through like a program like that. Oh, okay. Dainty Bush says the video that I watched is The Great Vibrator Myth by Today I Found Out. It's a good jumping off point. The doctors would use it on their patients / the invention of the vibrator. Well, maybe we'll watch that in a members stream. Anyway, let's watch this part, and then I'm gonna call it because I'm actually hungry and I need to go do food. My partner already ate without me. He had Arby's because he's one of those weird people that like Arby's. Somebody has to, right? They stay in business somehow. All right, let's watch this. And yes, Richard Dawkins is one of the new atheists. Yes. Look, Dawkins is very knowledgeable inside his field, and he can be a very charming speaker. Dawkins needs to stay in his fucking lane. Every time Dawkins wanders outside of his lane, he gets in trouble because he's a fucking asshole. It was an atheist convention cloaked as a talk and Q&A. Well, he's not a... He's an evolutionist, so I mean that's his field. So he's a... What is he? He's an evolutionary biologist? I mean, he knows his shit. He's gonna have... Oh, I didn't know Arby's did that. Dang it. We were just starting to get that under control. Oh, dang it, Bright Light. That sounds so good.
As you probably noticed, John has some very strong opinions about scientists and doctors. One of his main issues with conventional medicine is their focus on symptoms rather than the root cause.
That starts to produce effects we call symptoms. But
yes, Pat, that is 100% true. And yes, Hannah, Dawkins does need to stay off social media.
I can imagine some of the experiences you have here with the things that have been missed because there's so
The Selfish Gene is an amazing book.
This doesn't show up.
Right.
Look, man, I have a love-hate relationship with Dawkins. Like, he's good talking about the things he knows. Like, The Selfish Gene is a good book. But Dawkins has no patience for creationists, which is fine. He's part of the new atheists. That is kind of their thing. They came at religion, especially religion. I think Dawkins is on record saying that religion is like akin to child abuse. So, like, very inflammatory things, very, very strong opinions, not very friendly towards people who did not agree with them. So, not everybody's cup of tea, but they did attract a very strong bro following, if one will. So they grew that population inside the skeptic community, which caused a lot of issues later on when the women inside the skeptics community weren't amused by that shit, which caused a rift inside the skeptics community, in my opinion. And Dawkins doesn't help with that, with his whole chewing gum bullshit in an elevator thing. Anyway, yes, Dawkins needs to stay off social media, and he needs to not talk about things outside of his field. But anyway, well, this is not a Dawkins stream. Anyway. There's a reason why I'm not part of the skeptics community anymore. He's not it. Well, he's part of it, but he's not the only reason. No. You're right, Allie. You're right. Yeah. Oh, we are having a lot of conversations over here in chat. All right, back to this.
Right. It's yeah, I'm frustrated, I guess. I thought things would get better.
I know, right?
And I can't necessarily disagree with them. I generally think that most healthcare providers do the best they can, but there are times where they fall short. I think we can place the blame in several places, but a big one is the American healthcare system. John is American, like myself, and he actually has worked in hospitals as a physical therapist. He cites dealing with insurance as one of the reasons he decided to move on to his own cash-based practice. I can understand why John felt disillusioned with the healthcare system, both as a therapist and as a patient. Limited time with doctors and limited coverage of tests and treatments does mean that patients don't always get the care they need. It makes me mad that the term holistic has become a dog whistle for pseudoscience. Healthcare professionals should be working together to assess a patient's whole being, not just individual symptoms. The way the American healthcare system is set up largely doesn't allow for that. I mean, what good is comprehensive healthcare if the CEO can't afford a new fleet of yachts this year? It's very irritating because it feels like John's concern is genuine, but he places the blame in all the wrong areas. The way he sees it, it's not the deeply flawed healthcare system's fault that people can't get treatment. It's the fault of the entire concepts of science and education.
In school, if you mention something came from your intuition, the teacher shuts you right down. And there's something called the Akashic Records, which is another word for universal wisdom, and we have access to that.
Well, Allie.
But then schooling kind of beat that out,
Our whole education was based on our intellect. Our education really was mass hypnosis. And it's a big problem. It gets in the way because you're fed a lot of concepts that aren't in our best interest. So my fascia release helps us to finally think for ourselves.
I have great respect for scientists that work with computers and build bridges, that type of thing. But that's a linear world. But they try to apply those principles to a human being. It's not linear. And the problem is that science wants the basis of science is objectivity. So they try to make us objects. And so to do that, they had to eliminate consciousness. There was two basic questions. Does consciousness matter or does it not matter? So science chose that it didn't matter because it was inconvenient for research.
It's a very grand, sweeping statement. Yeah, well, I don't live in the country. I live in the city. Bright light, but that does sound delicious. It brings me back to the atheist content is the first stuff I ever watched on YouTube. Well, yeah, I mean, that same here. I mean, that was the first channel I ever had was a atheist channel. You wondered where that extremist group came from. Well, that's where it came from. The new atheists. Allie, you are losing track. Wahaha. Why you have to be in the corner. Whose personality? Dawkins or John Barnes? Sourdough sounds so good, though. I need to get some sourdough. Some good sourdough. It's Dolce. Technically, this is all happening in your brain. Hubbard. Look, L. Ron Hubbard won a bet, okay? Let's just put it... He did his, Is he okay? We're all computers, guys. I am the corner.
Interview is like this. As much as I just want to throw up my hands and say, do not trust this man, everything he says is nonsense, I do have a feeling that there are going to be some people who truly like MFR and truly like John Barnes who see this video. And the last thing I want to do is throw away the opportunity to thoroughly explain why I think this is such a problem. The first thing I want to acknowledge is that intuition is a good thing. Sometimes intuition and gut feelings can save your life. But the problem is that evolution is messy, and just because something is advantageous doesn't mean it's perfect. Pattern recognition and facial recognition are fantastic advantages to our species. But on the other hand, it also means we can be easily fooled. When I was a kid, a light outside my bedroom would cast a shadow on the wall that kind of looked like a face. I would lie awake at night staring at it, knowing it was just a shadow, but subconsciously I was still really scared of it. That instinct was incredibly useful when humans lived in the wilderness and needed to be able to spot predators in the dark. But it's much less useful when you live in a suburb and you have school in the morning. That leads to my second point, which is that children are dumb. And that's fine. They're supposed to be. They have
This brings me to my second point. Children are stupid, which is fine. Sorry.
No information. But John Barnes portrays children as paragons of wisdom, untainted by the poison of the logical education system.
Okay, not to be too mean, but that's another pseudoscience thing. Children know things. They're untainted by the modern world. They just instinctually know the truth. Because they believe your bullshit? That's why children are so knowledgeable, is because you can go tell them that aliens built the pyramids and they're like, oh, cool, and just believe you because they don't ask questions. Is that why children are so much more knowledgeable? Because they don't ask questions about your stupid ass theories? Is that it? Oh, that's why, because they don't question your shit. Gotcha.
System.
In school, you know, if
He's not lying, children.
you
are
mentioned
dumb.
something came from your intuition, the teacher shuts you right down.
Look. Children are not dumb, okay? Children are not stupid, and that's the problem. They're not dumb. Children are incredibly bright. They're sponges. They will soak up the world around them. And if they are in a pool of toxic water, that's the water they're going to soak up, okay? The problem is much like sponges, once they are full of water, they can't absorb any more, right? So if you want good sponges, you need to put them in good water. Unless you have a way of wringing them out, which I guess we can argue is the education system. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this. Yeah, exactly. 6-year-old believes in leprechauns. I mean, how many of us believed in Santa Claus? How many of us believed in the Tooth Fairy? How many of us believed in the Easter Bunny? There we go. Did I believe in the Easter Bunny? Can't remember. But I did believe in Santa Claus. This is true. I did. I also believed I could fly. Yeah, many of us have either jumped off a bed or a roof thinking we could fly.
I'm sure you all heard in school when you were younger, oh, it's only your intuition. Yeah, your most valuable faculty beat out of you.
I'm sure
Yeah,
most
they
of you
lack
at some
experience,
point,
not smarts.
Your teacher said to you, oh, it's only your intuition, you know, and you took away the most valuable faculty you possess.
Why do I feel like this is a personal example he's been hung up on all these years? John thinks if we could just tap into our childlike intuition, we would have all the answers. And I'm sorry, but that's just demonstrably false. People who work with children can tell you that we have dozens and dozens of examples of how their underdeveloped brains cause them to intuit things incorrectly. There's a popular child development task where young children are shown 2 glasses of different heights. Very young children will say that the taller glass holds more liquid, even if you demonstrate that they hold the same volume. I agree that children are incredibly creative and often smarter than we give them credit for, but to say that education beats the innate wisdom out of them is just wild. It's true that the American education system is far from perfect, and a lot of kids are discouraged from engaging with their natural creativity. But that doesn't mean that logic and science are the devil, and it's
Logic and science, if taught correctly, will teach you to question the world around you and to experiment, which is exactly what you want to do. You know, how many of the past, look in the past and look at like the people who are considered the great minds of the past. Almost every single one of them was an artist of some variety and also a scientist, right? I'm thinking of like Da Vinci just off the top of my head because I have a love relation. I love Da Vinci, okay? Like, dude, I am like the fangirl of fucking Da Vinci, okay? And even like fictional ones. Think of like Sherlock Holmes. Again, fucking fangirl for Sherlock Holmes. He was known for being, fictionally, he was known for being a master actor on top of being like a master at the violin. On top of everything else he did that was also considered like high intellectual art, right? There's no reason why you cannot also be creative and be logical and scientific. It's not, they're not counter to each other. If anything, they need to exist together in order for you to be a whole person. Exactly, Tammy. That's what the scientific method is literally for. I don't know too much about Einstein, to be perfectly honest, so he might have been a good artist. I mean, yeah, I don't know. But I do know that, like, the majority of, well, I mean, going backwards in time, even female great thinkers were also, like, poets and artists. They were craftswomen as well. Like, most intellectuals were artistic in some way, on top of also being logical and thinkers. Look at any of the well, I'm really into Stoicism right now, but look at any of the philosophers, male or female. They all participated in mostly writing and, if not artistic participations, but also in logic and philosophy. So oh, hey, Random's here. I was talking about you earlier. Random Planet's the one that plays the zombie games, and you should totally go watch it, because it's a lot of fun. And no, I'm not Unabombering today. Though it is getting cold, I need to go shut my window. All I'm learning is that Dolce does massages and I need to go get one. Yeah, exactly, Kale Chips. To make change, you have to question the way things are around you. Anyway, we're going back to this guy.
It certainly doesn't mean they're the antithesis of intuition and creativity. The very fact that John buys into that false right brain and left brain ideology just lets me know he doesn't understand what he's talking about. To demonstrate how little he knows about science, he rants over and over again about how science has completely divided the body and the mind.
Does consciousness matter or does it not matter? So science chose that it didn't matter because it was inconvenient for research.
All research basically asked itself a question: does consciousness matter? The traditional research decided not to because it was separate from the body, which it's not, as we were taught. Descartes, the father of modern medicine, separated the mind from the body hundreds and hundreds of years ago.
No, they didn't. No one separates the mind. None of okay. None of the great minds separated the mind from the body. I don't know where that shit started. I don't know why that shit started. There is the theory that the mind is the body. And that's something that I go on about in a lot of my videos, but like, yeah, anyway. What do you do now? Well, I got like, I don't know. I actually look mostly normal today. No unibobber today. Because all research, well, exactly, because all research is the same. Yeah, exactly.
And once again, that's just demonstrably untrue. I mean, how many times have I referenced the placebo effect in this video? Scientists have to take the mind into account, not just in the subjects they study, but in themselves. They have to account for how different people may react to stimuli. They have
or just bias in general.
To account for how different people may interpret the data. They have to account for how their own biases may skew their results. There are so many ways that the human mind can impact the way science is done. And that's not even touching the sciences of psychology and sociology, which literally—
Hey, and anthropology. Excuse you, sir. Excuse you. You mentioned sociology, but you won't mention anthropology. Yes, yeah, you are.
study human consciousness and behavior, or even better, neuroscience. John conveniently never seems to consider the vast amount of research specifically dedicated to understanding human consciousness. But if I had to guess, John would probably scoff at these sciences for trying to put the consciousness in a box. He seems to think of consciousness as a more abstract spiritual thing that scientists could never understand.
And there's something called the Akashic Records.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Can tell where you ended up, the whole world of people with minds not connected to bodies. Yes, well. We put Allie in a corner. Allie's mind is connected to a corner. Where are you, Annie? Being separate from the body sounds like it is fat acceptance bullshit, though. It's another subliminal suggestion that the only valid experts are those who believe what he is asserting. Yeah, exactly. Control groups and randomization are not optional. He's not fat acceptance. It's just fat acceptance has a lot of the same talking point. They use a lot of the same rhetoric as a lot of pseudoscience uses, because fat acceptance uses pseudoscience to back up their weird ass claims. He missed apology. He did. Missed my apology. The world is my corner. Rocky's hiding. Are you back? Did you go somewhere? We were talking about hysteria earlier and about how we had our uteruses, and I was going to say something about you eating yours, but...
Which is another word for universal wisdom, and we have access to that.
It feels like John frames himself as this enlightened guru who has transcended conventional medicine. He's in touch with true healing, unlike doctors who view you as a mere machine. It's possible he really thinks that, but quite honestly, I also think it's a sales tactic. I hate to be that cynical, but I have plenty of reasons to make that case. Because as much as John rails against science and research, he sure loves it when it backs up his own claims.
There's a new book out called Ground Substance, Extracellular Matrix by an Alfred Fleissinger, who's one of Germany's leading scientists.
Is he? Is he, though? Fat acceptance. Yeah, fat acceptance is a social movement that has been developing for, I don't know, about 10, 20 years now, of mostly women mostly obese women, who want to convince the world that being obese and super morbidly obese is just as healthy as being not super morbidly obese. They don't want to acknowledge that obesity is a medical condition, and they don't want to connect obesity to the number of health issues that it does contribute to, if not outright cause. And they use a lot of pseudoscience to basically ignore health, and they also wrap health at every size into their group. Well, there's a difference between accepting fatness, right? There's a difference between that and trying to convince me that a 600-pound woman is as healthy as a 180-pound athlete. It's just not the same. Allie. Fat acceptance talks about how their body is, well, and that's the other thing. Fat acceptance separates their consciousness from their body. They talk about, Kale says, they talk about how their body is separate. It betrays them. It gains weight without them having control over themselves. They talk about their body as if it's its own separate being. These are people who do not have any underlying health issues. They're just obese. They don't have any other physical ailments. Usually they may have depression, they may have anxiety, but there are no physical reasons for them to not be physically active or physically healthy. Like, some people have issues that keep them or prevent them from being physically active. That's a different statement than what most of fat acceptance is going through. So, no, they will call us shaming because we keep coming at them with facts, but no. Like, there is another reactor in this community named Kicking Geese, and she has MS, and she talks about her struggles with her own weight. So there are people within the reaction community who themselves have physical issues that prevent them from being like at their ideal weight. But most of the fat acceptance people do not have that problem. They just don't want to take accountability for the fact that they overeat, and they don't want to exercise. And I mean, I don't want to necessarily say that they're lazy. They just don't want to take accountability for their lifestyle. And they want to convince everyone that being morbidly obese is healthy, and it's not. Like, they will literally tell you that obesity doesn't cause diabetes. And they'll tell you that heart disease and obesity are not correlated. They'll tell you all they want to convince you of these things that we know are medically true. You know, and it's just so that they don't have to take accountability for their own health. Yeah, random, and I don't want to. I do know you, and I don't want to say too much. So I don't want to make you uncomfortable. Rocky says, I at least want to see the troublemaker. And Allie is our local weirdo, so just take Allie with a grain of salt. Yeah, there's literally a girl in the fat acceptance community that we will talk about, who claims that she has no control over herself because she has 2 super duper rare obesity genes that no one knows anything about, and therefore she has no control over her own weight, even though she's demonstrated in the past that she can lose weight without any help, just by diet and exercise. Like, she didn't have Ozempic, she didn't have a weight loss drug, she wasn't taking she didn't have weight loss surgery or anything like that. She just dieted and exercised and lost like 170 pounds on her own. But yet today, she's got super duper special obesity genes, and she can't lose weight, and all of the fat that's on her body is lipidemic fat, and it's not. It's a whole thing. Yeah, it's just denialism. But right now we're talking about this guy and his weird myofascial release stuff. Yeah, okay, so there we go. I didn't want to out you, so. Yeah, Random's another one of my creators that has MS. But he fights zombies. I didn't know it took you 2 years to relearn how to walk, though, dude. That's awesome. Well, I mean, it sucks, but it's awesome that you relearned how to walk. Yeah, see, and that's kind of the thing. Like, you say you've lost the 60 pounds by walking and just doing you. Like, that's the problem. They'll say that your body's just supposed to be that heavy and there's nothing you can do to lose that weight. And by losing that weight, you're like, you hate your body and you hate yourself and you're hurting yourself by trying to lose weight. That's the arguments that they would give you for that. I think we've got a couple people in here with MS, don't we? Kicking geese is just the only other reactor that I can think of. Yeah, walking is just good exercise. It's literally what your body developed to do, like human body developed to do. Yeah, there are people who literally have genes that do prevent them or cause them to gain weight, but those people are like less than a like half of the percentage of the world's population. Oh yeah, it's harder to lose weight when you get older, but it's not that hard. Trust me. Trust me. Anyway, back to this guy, because we're almost done with this dude. We're almost done with this section, and then we're going to wrap
He's
up.
researched the fascial system now for 30 years. And one of the key things he says is that
yeah, Random's one of my cool dudes, so.
The ground substance is the environment of every cell of our body.
Oh, okay, so that scientist is acceptable. I'll bite. I looked up this new book, Ground Substance Extracellular Matrix, by leading German scientist Alfred Feisinger. Would you believe it if I told you basically every word of that description was wrong? The book is actually called The Extracellular Matrix and Ground Regulation by an Austrian scientist named Alfred Pischinger. Okay, so John wasn't wildly off, but he certainly did make my search harder. I've come to expect this kind of thing from him. But you know, I read up on Alfred Pischinger, and it's really interesting to me how he's been researching the fascial system for the past 30 years. Considering he's been dead since 1982, Alfred Pischinger was a prominent scientist in Austria in the 1930s and 40s. Wait,
okay, man.
Oh, don't tell me. Was he a... Yes.
You can't distract me any more than Allie distracts me, so...
Yes, he was indeed a member of a certain German political party. Actually, he was illegally a member of that party since it was outlawed in Austria at the time. I won't elaborate on what kind of research he did during that time because I really don't want to talk about it, you really don't want to hear it, and I don't want this video to get demonetized. But I will tell you he was an embryologist, and I have read some...
Okay, well, we can just use our imaginations or not for the rest of that. I think we all picked up what was getting put down there. If we were paying attention or weren't, that's fine. If you weren't paying attention, we're not going to back up on that one.
Horrifying things he did. I want to thank Doctors Sabina Hildebrandt and Gabrielle Zarnowski for their work in exposing the horrors of medicine from that time period. I relied on their research to learn who Alfred Pischinger was. It was very difficult because I had to wade through all the holistic and alternative medicine articles singing his praises.
Oh man, really?
Did I read The Extracellular Matrix and Ground Regulation? No. Do I think
that's cool? I think you get a pass on that one.
Because someone did evil things that their research is automatically incorrect? Also no. But just like that fascia study by Kei Katake, I think this book is merely a distraction. Frankly, John Barnes' citations tell me a whole lot more about him than whatever scientific evidence he's trying to provide. I don't think that John likes the German National Socialist Party because he likes this book. Far from it. I think he has no idea about that connection. I don't think he knows a single thing about Alfred Pischinger. He didn't even seem to realize Pischinger was long dead or this book was published posthumously decades later.
Yeah. Let's lay that down right now. We're not putting that on John. Let's not do that. We're not saying that because I think the takeaway here is that what Colin is saying is that this guy is just completely oblivious, and this just shows the level of obliviousness that this guy is and how he is more concerned with cherry picking things that may or may not support his claims than he is with actually reading up well, A, reading the material that he claims he's using, and B, actually, figuring out who these people are that he's quoting the science of, because that's a lot. That's a lot. Oh, you're gonna get a stroller for your cat. I have one. My cats love their stroller.
John Barnes says he
Highly
dislikes
recommend.
science, and he continually proves it by blatantly misunderstanding it at every turn, to the point that he can't even accurately cite books or studies that supposedly back up his own beliefs. I may not have read this book, but I'm not convinced John has either, because this isn't the only interview where he got this information wrong.
Can I bring up a little research since you brought it up before too?
Please.
There's a Dr. Alfred Fleissinger from Germany who studied the fascial system for over 30 years. He has a new book out called The Extracellular Matrix, Ground Substance Regulation. You probably won't be interested in it because most research books are rather boring.
Or he doesn't want you to read it because it doesn't support his claims. I don't know. Or, I don't know. Yeah, my cats love their stroller. They're not crazy about it at first, but once we get outside the door, they love it. I've got one the one I've got converts into a backpack, so I can take it out on the hiking trails too, because it doesn't really work too well on the trails, but yeah, highly recommend cat stuff. They do cats do like going outside. I do recommend putting a harness on them though, because they could potentially get out. And so you do need to want to keep a handle on them just in case. See, that's the thing, Faithful Duo. There are so many people that identify as fat, obese, what have you, that just their mind boggles at the FA thing. Like, it's not a fat hate thing. It's an FA hate thing. I don't like the movement. A, it's a pseudoscientific movement, which irritates the shit out of me to begin with. And B, they claim that they're speaking for all fat people, and it's like, I constantly have to point out to people, I am obese. I am medically obese. There's nothing healthy about this. And everybody's always like, oh, you're so skinny. I'm not. I'm telling you, I'm not. But that's the thing, like, I'm not trying to sit here and lie to you and claim that I am. Not like these people. And I'm not going to sit here and quote bad science at you to try to convince you that I am either. There you go. Yeah, 75% of the world's issue is people like this trying to go off what they learned years ago. The best doctors will tell you it's not about the info you know, it's about how fast you can keep up with the new. Yeah, exactly. Oh, is Panda Baby there? Panda Baby says, as with most babies, not liking strollers at first. Yeah, exactly. No, they'll probably never love the stroller, but they do like getting out, and they'll eventually associate the stroller with getting out. So that's kind of where that happens. Yeah, I mean, look at the fat acceptance movement. You know, they hold not Beyonce. Crap, who's the singer dancer girl? Plays the flute. Is getting sued by her backup dancers. Come on. I can do this. Mother effer. Anyway, they were holding her up as being like the fat queen, right? Because, you know, she's like, my body's beautiful and I have no plans on losing weight. And like, hey, Panda Baby. Lizzo, thank you. And like Lizzo apparently has gone, I don't know if she started taking one of the weight loss drugs or what, but she's dropped a crap ton of weight. I saw a picture of her and I didn't even know that was Lizzo. And now they're all like, oh my God, she's destroying her body. And somebody was even like, she looked better when she was heavier. And, you know, they're just like completely turning on her because she chose to lose weight. It's just like, what? Anyway, Lizzie, Lizzo, yeah. Yeah, I didn't recognize the picture. I only know about this because Michelle McDaniels put a picture up of her, and I was like, who? And she was like, this is Lizzo. And I went, are we sure that's Lizzo? Because it doesn't look like Lizzo. You have a grocery cart in your building? Oh, okay. Well, she's going to love the stroller then. Yeah, Rebel Wilson was another one. I kind of liked it when Rebel Wilson lost weight, though, because she wasn't trying to be like a fat icon, unlike Lizzo. Lizzo was trying to be. Rebel Wilson was like, yeah, I'm done being fat. And then she just lost all the weight. So, but then again, Rebel Wilson, you know, she's called Rebel for a reason.
I want to give you the important nuggets that were in there from 30 years of research.
Anyway, let's get this done so we can go.
Blood vessel that touches any one of the cells of our body.
No nerve for blood vessel.
Theory of medicine and therapy.
That's a very interesting claim, considering Pischinger was a scientist himself and served in several leadership positions in the field of conventional medicine. I haven't read the book, but I have read summaries, and Pischinger did promote some alternative medicine modalities I personally don't buy, but I'm skeptical that he would accept John's conclusion that his work overturned science. And while I'm on the subject of bad citations, let's revisit that Keikitake study again, the strength, retention, and bursting of human fascia. Because John likes to trot out that 2,000 pounds per square inch figure constantly.
2,000 pounds per square inch.
His major problem with scientific studies on the fascia, he says, is that they're always done on dead people.
All of research.
Yeah, because I don't know a living person who's okay with you taking their fascia and applying enough pressure to see how long it takes to burst. Can you imagine? Could you imagine? No, sir.
Research that's been done on the fascial system has been done on dead people.
Adele
Dead
too,
people are
yes,
brittle.
Pat.
And dead people don't have consciousness. And that's the model of reality we
Dead people can't scream. Who's going to volunteer for this study? Hey guy. I wanna take the tendon in your leg, and I just wanna apply continuous pressure to it until it explodes. Because I wanna know how much pressure it takes to explode a living tendon. Would you be up for that? No. No one in their right, because even after you've done that, that tendon doesn't work anymore. They don't grow back.
therapists and physicians learned. Basically, we learned about dead people without consciousness or fascial system and paid no attention to the fluidity of our body.
And at first, that seems like a reasonable argument. Well, I don't know about the consciousness part, but the part about dead fascia being brittle sounds like a good point. But Mr. Barnes, you may want to revisit your fascia study again, because if you'll remember, that study was apparently conducted on 4 cadavers. Was their fascia brittle, or was it able to withstand almost 2,000 pounds of tension?
2,000 pounds.
Oh, and he's also completely wrong. Just look up fascia study in vivo, and you will find 7 septillion studies about fascia in living human beings. You're welcome, John.
Yeah, but did they just apply continuous pressure to those living fascia until they exploded? Oh no, I'm not watching that, Dolce. No, we're not watching that ever. No, the living tendon.
I made the point in another video that some people.
Oh, hey, Random, thank you. Welcome to the interns. Mwahaha. Now I actually have to do membership shit. Not even a broke college student is going to sign up for that. That is crippling. Hey, would you let me cripple you for life just because I'm curious? No.
People are sneaky in how they cite sources and short-form content like TikTok. They throw a study up on the screen knowing full well that most people are going to immediately forget and not look it up. It allows them to misrepresent data while also looking well-researched. I think that's also true of stuff like these John Barnes interviews. What are the chances that most people who come across these interviews will A, remember the name of a random book, or B, fact-check what John said?
Well, that's why we have you, Colin, because that's your job, Colin. That's what you do now. That's the job that you have decided to take up.
Obviously, this was incredibly frustrating to me just researching from the outside, but it's even more frustrating when I think about the people on the inside. I feel like most people's introductions to John and MFR are radically different than mine. They probably start by hearing how good myofascial release is and trying it out. If they have a good experience, they probably go on to explore more, maybe watching these interviews or taking his classes or reading his books. And if they're coming in already thinking of MFR as a therapy that really works, they're primed to trust the founder and the citations he gives. And that's not really their fault. Why?
You're right here. Okay, I said welcome. 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 And Dolce, thank you for the gifted membership. And Christy, welcome to the interns. Mwah. We're a friendly bunch. We are a friendly bunch. Yeah, I think, Kale Chips, I think that was kind of Colin's point about living tendons. Like, there's been so many studies. I mean, I assume. So many studies on, like, athletes and shit. I mean, I would assume. I would assume there are enough injuries in tendons in athletes and just, like, the elderly, children, people with issues. You know, I feel like that's something you would probably study and write papers about after studying that kind of a thing. Like, I don't know, man. But I wish I could like things but I can't. I wish you could like stuff in this like you can like in the chats, like comment section.
Would they think this credentialed physical therapist could be so wrong? I tried to approach this with an open
it is the
mind,
end
but
of the
I
month.
was biased by one of John's students, Linda Ann Kahn. But even with that background, I still came away from his website thinking, maybe she's just one bad apple. This seems fine. If I didn't watch these interviews and listen to John's own words, I never would have known about all this loony stuff. And if I didn't have, again, a background interest in pseudoscience and developing knowledge on how to read scientific papers, I probably wouldn't have known that I should fact-check his claims or how to fact-check them. The reason I say this seems like a sales tactic is because I think John knows this. He clearly can't cite his sources accurately, and he clearly doesn't understand how science works, but he doesn't seem to care. He simultaneously appeals to the authority of science while also smearing the authority of science. Why? I think it's because he's trying to look smart. I largely want to point out the bad science going on here, but we can't and shouldn't ignore the motivations. John is the founder of MFR, and he's venerated as a guru in this space. And quite frankly, I think he's let that get to his head.
I don't know. I haven't done as much digging into John Barnes as Colin has, so I will take his opinion on the matter. That maybe it's gotten to his head and he thinks he's, hot shit. It's entirely possible. Remember, you only need one true believer, right? And you don't have to believe your shit. You just need somebody who does. And I mean, he's got Linda Ann Kahn who does. That's an unfortunate name. But he could believe his stuff. Here's the thing though, with like so you get people like John who have enough knowledge outside and they think they've latched on. They think they figured something out, right? And I call it like the everyman syndrome. They think they figured something out and they think that they've outsmarted. Taxes are always welcome. They think they've outsmarted the mainstream, right? They're like, I have figured this out, and that's why the mainstream doesn't like me anymore, because I've figured something out that they don't want you to know, or they don't want to acknowledge that I, this lowly non-doctor, have figured something out within the medical community. And they get stuck on that. They get stuck on this like lone hero, everyman image of themselves, and then they refuse to bend on it, because the more people push back and the more people tell them, well, no, you're not right, here's explanations as to why, or if you were to do X, Y, and Z, maybe we could talk about it more. The more you push back on it, the more they're convinced that they are correct, and you're just trying to make them go away, basically, kind of a thing. So you're hearing L. Ron Hubbard. I still think L. Ron Hubbard was just trying to win a bet. Isn't that like the story that L. Ron Hubbard, they bet him that he couldn't create a religion, and he was like, okay, and then he wrote Dianetics. How long were the taxes on the street to become feral? Feral chat. I do need to get shirts made. So it's entirely possible that John, I mean, maybe he does know it's a good sales pitch, but he could actually believe that he is some kind of like martyr in the field right now. So just checking chat. Your own sense of self. Here's the thing though, like, he may not have a psychiatric disorder. He may just have a group of people around him who are just constantly telling him how awesome he is, and he has a hug box. He just has like a hug bunker, and all he gets is ass pats and you're so great. And he doesn't know any better now. Yeah, he never gets, the only outside criticism he gets is from people he's already decided are his adversaries, and so it doesn't matter if they criticize him, because of course that's their job. So everyone else around him is basically an admirer or a yes man. It's cult. It's a cultish. It's a colloquial cult. I don't want to get too far into it. Somebody was asking me to go over Amber using the bite chart or bite analysis on it. I don't want to look at Amber as if she is herself a cult. I think that's a bit much. but also I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist, so I don't feel like I don't think people who aren't trained to use the bite method or the bite, anyway, who aren't trained to use that should be using it in any authoritative form, because we don't know what we're doing. It's like I wouldn't take the psychopath test and apply it to somebody and declare them a psychopath because I don't know how to do that, you know? Kind of a thing. That's why I tell people not to diagnose. Who's a distraction now? Or the yes men. Yeah, no, I think they're just surrounded by... I think it's a combination of things. Anyway, all right. We're officially over 4 hours at this point. It is well past my dinner time, and my stomach is letting me know. I'm surprised my cats aren't in here bugging me. I think it's because my partner's home. Dine in Psychology has great videos on cults, and she's qualified. Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, if people want to talk about cults, like cults that are established as known cults, that kind of thing. If you want to talk about established known psychopaths and that kind of thing, that's completely different than asking me to apply that to the girls or to Girl World. I mean, to be perfectly honest, as a layperson, I could take the bite. I could take that checklist and apply it to Girl World, and it would apply. There would definitely be some checkbox there, some boxes checked there. But you know, one more song. Errol Hubbard did, while forming the cult and writing its text, convince himself that he's the God figure. Yeah, okay, well, I believe that. Don't eat Arby's, you'll catch citacism. No, I'm going to go to a place called Andy's and get a Coke float. Yeah, well, and people have tried to apply that to the FA movement, and try to say the FA movement is a cult as well. But, you know, again, none of us are qualified to do that. And if we are qualified, it would be unethical for us to do that over the internet. So, all right. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. Let me put link to Colin's video in the chat one last time. There is a link to the Discord. Again, this is not my Discord. It's Nerfy's. Yeah, closing time. This is Nerfy's. The link is to Nerfy's Discord. This link is to Colin's video. Go tell him you like his new haircut. I don't know if I like his new haircut, to be honest. I think I like it better when it's colored, but whatever. Yeah, like and subscribe on your way out. Allie is the corner. And this is the end of February. I won't see you guys until March, which will be tomorrow, but there you go. And potato cake's back on the menu. By Scientology, I mean sorry. Anyway. What's our emoji? Put a... I don't know. Pick an emoji. Slap an emoji in there. Make it really confusing for anybody who just tries to jump to the end. And I will see everybody in the next one. Thank you to everybody who joined, and everybody be nice to Random. Go check out their zombie stuff. It's really fun. That's why they're the one that got me playing Project Zomboid. So anyway, see you guys later. Bye. A round room with no quarters. You guys are awesome.